The universe operates on principles we understand: physics, chemistry, the fundamental laws of cause and effect. Warp fields bend spacetime. Antimatter reactions power starships. Subspace carries messages faster than light. But what happens when something appears that defies every sensor, every theory, every rational explanation the Federation has built over centuries of exploration? What happens when a man in a metal suit punches through the fabric of reality itself, desperate and alone, searching for someone he cannot lose? Captain Jean-Luc Picard stood on the bridge of the USS Enterprise D, his eyes fixed on the main viewscreen displaying the roiling anomaly that had appeared 17 minutes ago in the space between Federation territory and the Romulan neutral zone. The energy readings were impossible, fluctuating between matter and antimatter states, generating subspace distortions that registered on scales the computer had never been programmed to measure. "Report, Mr. Data," Picard said, his voice calm despite the growing tension on the bridge. The android's golden eyes reflected the cascading data streams on his console. "Captain, the anomaly is unlike any naturally occurring phenomenon in our database. The energy signature suggests a deliberate breach in the dimensional membrane separating our reality from adjacent quantum spaces. However, the technology required to generate such a breach exceeds current Federation capabilities by several orders of magnitude. Could it be Borg?" Worf's deep voice carried the weight of someone who had faced the collective and understood what their adaptation meant. "Negative, Lieutenant. The energy pattern contains no nanoprobe signatures or transwarp conduit characteristics. This is something entirely different." Data paused, tilting his head in that uniquely android manner. "Captain, I am detecting a metallic object emerging from the anomaly. Hull composition unknown. Power source, extraordinary. It appears to be a single-occupant vessel, though its configuration suggests armor rather than spacecraft." Picard leaned forward. On screen. Maximum magnification. The view screen shifted, and every officer on the bridge fell silent. Tumbling through space, trailing exotic particles that made the sensors shriek with conflicting data, was a figure that looked like something from ancient Earth mythology, a golden-red warrior encased in seamless metal, technological runes glowing across its surface. Repulsor ports flickered with barely contained energy. The arc reactor in its chest burned like a miniature star, pulsing with a rhythm that almost seemed alive. "My God," Riker breathed. "What is that?" Inside the Mark 85 armor, Tony Stark's heads-up display was a chaotic mess of error messages and recalibration warnings. JRVS, or what remained of the AI after the dimensional breach, struggled to make sense of readings that violated every known law of physics from his universe. "Boss, I'm detecting massive power signatures consistent with fusion reactors, but the energy conversion ratios are all wrong. Antimatter reactions occurring at scales that should be catastrophic but somehow contained. And something else, a layer beneath normal space, carrying information faster than light should allow. Figure it out, JRVS. I need sensors operational. I need to find her." Stark's voice was raw, exhausted. The dimensional breach had taken everything, every ounce of power, every reserve, every backup system, and Pepper had been pulled through first, her last scream cutting off as the quantum foam swallowed her. He'd followed without hesitation, but now he was alone in a universe he didn't recognize, surrounded by ships that registered as threats on every tactical assessment. The massive vessel ahead, easily 10 times the size of a helicarrier, was altering course, moving to intercept. Stark checked his arc reactor output, 73% and holding. Figure it out, JRVS. I need sensors operational. I need to find her. Stark's voice was raw, exhausted. The dimensional breach had taken everything, every ounce of power, every reserve, every backup system, and Pepper had been pulled through first, her last scream cutting off as the quantum foam swallowed her. He'd followed without hesitation, but now he was alone in a universe he didn't recognize, surrounded by ships that registered as threats on every tactical assessment. The massive vessel ahead, easily 10 times the size of a helicarrier, was altering course, moving to intercept. Stark checked his arc reactor output, 73% and holding. 3. The dimensional transit had done something to the quantum tunneling effect that powered his repulsors, made the energy flow sluggish, resistant. He could fight if necessary, but every shot would cost him more than it should. Unidentified vessel, this is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. You have entered space governed by treaty and protected by Federation law. Please identify yourself and state your intentions. Stark's universal translator, hastily integrated into the armor 5 years ago after the Chitauri invasion, struggled with the language, then clicked into place. English. They were speaking English. Or something so close it didn't matter. Enterprise. Stark ran the name through his corrupted databases. Naval history. Aircraft carriers. Nothing about starships that could generate the kind of power his sensors were barely comprehending. This is Tony Stark. I'm not here by choice, and I don't have time for introductions. I'm tracking a life sign that came through the dimensional breach before I did. Human female, last known position on my heading before everything went to hell. I need your sensors, your technology, and your ship's resources. Now. On the Enterprise bridge, Picard exchanged glances with Riker. The armored figure's tone carried desperation, but also the unmistakable edge of someone accustomed to command, to having resources at his disposal, to getting what he demanded. Mr. Stark, I appreciate the urgency of your situation, but you've appeared in a highly volatile region of space. The Romulan Star Empire maintains strict territorial boundaries just beyond our current position. Any unusual activity in this area could be interpreted as a prelude to aggression. Before we can offer assistance, I must understand what brought you here and what threat your presence might pose to this quadrant. Stark's HUD highlighted weapons ports along the Enterprise's saucer section, phased energy arrays, nothing like lasers or plasma, but clearly capable of directed energy discharge. The ship's shields registered as active, a rotating frequency modulation that his repulsors might penetrate but not without a sustained bombardment that would drain his arc reactor to critical levels. He didn't have time for this. Pepper's life support, if the dimensional breach had even preserved her suit's integrity, would last maybe 6 hours. Every second spent in diplomatic niceties was a second closer to losing her forever. Look, Captain, I understand you have protocols. I respect that. But the woman I came here to find means more to me than your territorial disputes or your Federation regulations. The dimensional breach that brought me here is unstable. I don't know how long it'll stay open, or if it's even still there. I need to find her, get her back, and seal that breach before something worse comes through. Help me or get out of my way, but don't waste my time with questions I don't have answers for. Picard's expression remained neutral, but his mind raced through possibilities. The Prime Directive didn't technically apply. This wasn't a pre-warp civilization but rather a technologically advanced individual from another reality entirely. Yet the implications of helping this stranger were staggering. Dimensional breaches. Technology that exceeded Federation science. A desperation that might lead to choices with catastrophic consequences. Counselor Troy, Picard said quietly, your assessment. Deanna Troy's dark eyes never left the view screen, her empathic senses reaching across space toward the armored figure. What she felt made her breath catch, a roiling storm of determination, grief, guilt, and love so intense it almost overwhelmed her practiced defenses. But beneath it all, something else, a brilliant, calculating mind that never stopped analyzing, adapting, planning 3 moves ahead. He's telling the truth, Captain. He's terrified, genuinely terrified, of losing whoever came through before him. But there's more. He's already considering multiple scenarios, backup plans, potential threats. This isn't someone who asks for help. It's someone who takes what he needs and deals with consequences later. Worf's hand moved closer to the tactical console. Captain, recommend we raise shields and establish secure distance. If he is willing to violate our space and our protocols, he represents a tactical threat. Belay that, Mr. Worf. Picard stood, straightening his uniform. Mr. Stark, I will not simply hand over Federation resources to a stranger who appears from nowhere making demands. However, I understand that someone's life hangs in the balance. Transport aboard the Enterprise. We will discuss your situation properly, and if your intentions are genuine, we will render whatever assistance we can. But this conversation will happen face-to-face, not across a communications channel. Stark's HUD ran probability matrices. Beaming technology, matter-energy conversion and reconstitution. Theoretically possible, practically insane. But these people seemed to use it routinely. The risk was acceptable if it got him access to their sensor networks, their computational power, their ability to track quantum signatures across space. Fine. One condition, my armor stays active. Full systems. I've been ambushed too many times to walk into an unknown ship defenseless. Picard nodded slightly. Agreed. Mr. O'Brien, lock onto our guest's coordinates and energize. Transporter Room 3. The world dissolved into golden light, and Tony Stark felt his atoms scatter across space in a way that would have terrified him if he'd had time for fear. When reality reassembled, he stood in a circular chamber lined with sophisticated equipment, facing a man in a red and black uniform whose expression suggested he'd seen many impossible things but remained unimpressed by one more. Welcome aboard the Enterprise, Mr. Stark, Chief O'Brien said, studying his transporter console with barely concealed fascination. That's the most unusual matter stream I've ever stabilized. Your armor's generating some kind of localized energy field that almost disrupted the pattern buffer. Stark's repulsors hummed to standby power as he stepped off the transporter pad, sensors drinking in every detail of the technology surrounding him. Transporter technology. Heisenberg compensators to maintain quantum coherence. Pattern buffers using some kind of phase discriminating amplifier. This is incredible. But we can geek out over your tech later. Where's your captain? Right here. Picard stood in the doorway, flanked by Riker and Worf, with Data's golden form visible behind them. The captain's eyes took in every detail of the Iron Man armor, the seamless construction, the glowing arc reactor, the barely restrained power thrumming through every system. Mr. Stark, I'm Captain Jean-Luc Picard. Before we proceed, I need you to understand something fundamental about the Federation and Starfleet. We are explorers, diplomats, and peacekeepers. We operate under strict ethical guidelines designed to prevent harm and preserve the sovereignty of all sentient beings. The Prime Directive forbids us from interfering in the natural development of civilizations. While you are not precisely covered by that directive, the principle remains: we do not simply hand our technology to those who might misuse it, and we do not enable actions that could destabilize entire regions of space. Stark's faceplate retracted, revealing a face lined with exhaustion and barely controlled panic. Dark eyes met Picard's with an intensity that made even Worf shift slightly. Captain Picard, I'm going to be very clear with you. I don't care about your directives. I don't care about your ethics or your protocols or your Federation. The woman I love is somewhere in this universe, scared, possibly injured, maybe dying. I came through a collapsing dimensional breach to find her, and I will tear apart every ship, every planet, every obstacle between us if that's what it takes. Now you can help me, give me access to your sensors, your computational power, anything that can track exotic quantum signatures, or you can try to stop me. But understand that I've fought gods, aliens, and my own government. I've built weapons that could level cities and technology that reshaped the world. So ask yourself, do you really want to be the thing standing between me and the person I came here to save? The transporter room fell silent. Worf's hand moved to his phaser, but Picard raised one hand slightly, stopping him. The captain studied Stark's face, seeing not arrogance but something more dangerous, absolute conviction. If you want to see more characters enter the Star Trek universe, hit that subscribe button and drop the name of a character you'd want to see in the comments below. Live long and prosper. Picard spoke quietly, his words carrying the weight of decades of command. Mr. Stark, I understand your desperation. I have faced similar choices, where someone I cared for hung in the balance against larger considerations. But let me offer you a different perspective. You are correct that you could attempt to take what you need by force. But you are one man, however advanced your armor, against a ship with 400 crew members and weapon systems you do not yet understand. More importantly, you are in a universe you know nothing about. The technology you seek requires expertise you don't possess. The space you need to search spans sectors you cannot navigate. The quantum signatures you're tracking might be scattered across a dozen systems, and without understanding subspace mechanics, you'll never find them. You need us, Mr. Stark. And if your intentions are genuine, we need to understand what threat your presence represents before we can help. So I am offering you a choice: work with us, share information, and let us help you properly. Or try your luck alone in a universe where even your impressive technology makes you a curiosity, not a conqueror. Tony Stark's jaw tightened. Every instinct screamed at him to blast through the hull, commandeer a shuttle, start searching system by system. But the rational part of his mind, the part that had kept him alive through Afghanistan, through Thanos, through every impossible situation, recognized truth when he heard it. He didn't know this universe. He didn't understand their technology. And Pepper was out there, alone, scared, possibly dying. He needed help. He hated it, but he needed help. Fine. Stark's faceplate sealed back into place, armor systems recalibrating as Jarvis mapped the Enterprise's internal layout through passive sensors. But we do this fast, and we do this my way. I share what I know, you give me access to everything I need to find her. And Captain, if your regulations get in my way, if your protocols slow me down, if anything you do costs me the chance to save her, we're going to have a problem. Picard nodded once, accepting the implicit threat because he understood the fear behind it. Mr. Data, escort Mr. Stark to engineering. Have Geordi prepare a full sensor analysis of the dimensional breach and begin tracking any exotic quantum signatures in the surrounding sectors. Mr. Worf, maintain yellow alert and monitor Romulan activity near the neutral zone. If what Mr. Stark says is true, his arrival will not have gone unnoticed. As they moved through the Enterprise corridors, Stark's sensors absorbed everything: the matter-antimatter containment systems, the warp core's pulsing energy, the sophisticated computer networks that exceeded anything on Earth by decades, maybe centuries. Data walked beside him, studying the armored figure with open fascination. Mr. Stark, I am Lieutenant Commander Data. I am an android, an artificial life form created by Dr. Nunyan Sung. I am curious about your armor's power source. The energy signature suggests a quantum singularity, yet the containment field operates on principles I do not recognize. Despite everything, Stark felt a flicker of interest. Android? Full sapience, or sophisticated programming? That question has occupied philosophers and Starfleet ethics committees for years. I possess a positronic brain capable of 60 trillion operations per second. I experience curiosity, loyalty, and aspiration, though I do not experience emotions as humans define them. Whether this constitutes true consciousness remains debatable. Yeah, well, join the club. I've got an AI in this suit who might qualify as alive depending on who you ask. Stark's HUD flagged approaching energy signatures, dense, powerful, clearly the ship's primary engineering spaces. Your captain. Picard. He's the real deal, isn't he? Not just following orders, actually believes in all that exploration and ethics stuff. Captain Picard is among the finest officers in Starfleet. He has faced impossible choices and maintained his principles even when expedience suggested otherwise. However, he is also pragmatic when circumstances demand flexibility. If your situation is as urgent as you claim, and your intentions prove genuine, he will bend regulations to preserve life. But he will not compromise the Federation's core values, even under threat. Good to know where the line is, Stark muttered as the engineering doors opened. Geordi LaForge looked up from his console, his visor reflecting the multispectral data streaming across his displays. When he saw the armored figure entering engineering, flanked by data, his enhanced vision immediately picked up details invisible to normal sight: the arc reactor's exotic energy signature, the repulsor technology that seemed to bend space around its emitters, the nanotechnology flowing like liquid metal beneath the armor's surface. "Okay," Geordi said, a grin spreading across his face despite the tension. "I have got to know how that works." Stark's faceplate retracted again, and for the first time since arriving in this universe, Tony Stark allowed himself the smallest smile. "You show me your warp core, I'll show you my arc reactor. But first, we find Pepper. Because if we don't," the smile vanished. "If we don't, none of this technology, none of your Federation, none of it matters. So let's get to work." Engineering hummed with controlled chaos as Geordi LaForge pulled up every sensor log from the moment the dimensional breach appeared. Data stood at an adjacent console, his fingers moving across the interface faster than human eyes could follow, correlating quantum signatures with known spatial phenomena. Stark paced between them, his armor systems interfacing directly with the Enterprise computer through a hastily rigged connection that made Geordi simultaneously excited and nervous. "Your computational architecture is fascinating," Stark said, watching data streams flow through his HUD. "Isolinear processing, duotronic pathways, you're using light-based computation with quantum error correction built into the substrate itself. It's elegant. Inefficient by my standards, but elegant." Geordi's visor tracked the energy fluctuations in Stark's arc reactor. "Inefficient? We're processing exabytes of data per second across ship-wide systems. Your armor's power source alone is generating more energy than most pre-warp civilizations produce in a year, and you're calling our systems inefficient? Because they are." Stark's tone wasn't condescending, just matter of fact. "You're thinking in terms of linear processing. Quantum states, yes, but still sequential logic gates. I've got an AI running on neural network architecture that mimics organic thought patterns, parallel processing on scales that make your isolinear chips look like vacuum tubes." "Boss," Jarvis's voice emerged from the armor speakers, startling both Geordi and Data, "I've completed integration with the Enterprise sensor network. The dimensional breach has collapsed, but residual exotic particles are scattered across a spherical volume approximately 3.7 light-years in diameter. I'm detecting a faint quantum signature consistent with Miss Potts' bio-tracker, but it's fragmented across multiple vectors." Stark's hands clenched. "Fragmented how?" "The dimensional breach didn't deposit her in a single location. The quantum foam interaction scattered her matter stream across space. She's either in temporal flux, spatial displacement, or," Jarvis paused, "processing. Or she's moving, boss. Fast. And not under her own power." Data's golden eyes fixed on the sensor display. "Mr. Stark, I am detecting a vessel matching the quantum signature pattern Jarvis described. Configuration unknown, propulsion system generating subspace distortions consistent with warp travel. Current heading, toward the Romulan neutral zone. Someone took her." Stark's voice dropped to something cold and dangerous. "Someone picked her up and they're running for Romulan space." Geordi zoomed in on the sensor reading, his enhanced vision parsing details invisible to normal sight. "That's not a Romulan ship. The hull configuration is wrong, and the warp signature doesn't match any known Empire vessel. This is something else, maybe independent traders, maybe smugglers. They must have detected the dimensional breach and investigated. Then we follow them." Stark turned toward the exit. "How fast can this ship go?" "Maximum warp is 9.6, Geordi said. "But that's not the problem. The problem is they're heading directly toward the neutral zone. Federation law prohibits unauthorized border crossings. If we pursue and they cross into Romulan space, we create an incident that could spark a war." Stark's faceplate sealed shut, armor systems powering up to combat readiness. "Not my problem. That ship has Pepper, which means I'm going after it. You can follow or stay here debating legalities while she disappears into enemy territory. Mr. Stark. Captain Picard's voice came through the comm system, calm but carrying unmistakable authority. Please report to the bridge. We've detected the vessel in question, and we need to discuss our options before taking action that could have consequences far beyond your personal situation. The armor's repulsors flared as Stark lifted off the deck, hovering in engineering as Geordi and Data stepped back instinctively. I didn't ask for a committee meeting, Captain. I'm going after that ship. Now. And how do you propose to navigate 3.7 light-years at speeds that exceed your armor's apparent propulsion capabilities? Picard's voice remained measured. How will you track a vessel using warp technology you do not understand, through space you cannot chart, while your power reserves diminish with every minute your systems operate in this universe? You are intelligent enough to recognize the futility of that course of action, Mr. Stark. Come to the bridge. Let us find a solution that doesn't end with your death and the person you're trying to save lost forever in Romulan space. Stark floated in silence for 5 seconds that felt like eternities. JRVS ran probability calculations, factoring in arc reactor depletion rates, unknown hostile capabilities, spatial distances that made interplanetary travel look trivial. The numbers were brutal. Even at maximum output, the armor couldn't sustain faster-than-light travel for more than a few minutes before the arc reactor burned out. And without navigational data, he'd be blind in an ocean of stars. Damn it! Stark dropped back to the deck, repulsors cycling down. Fine. Bridge. But Captain, every second we spend talking is a second they get closer to that border. I hope you understand that. The turbolift carried him up through the Enterprise's vast structure, Data accompanying him in that peculiar android silence that wasn't quite uncomfortable but wasn't entirely natural either. However, the Enterprise can intercept in 21 minutes if we increase to warp 8. That provides a 16-minute window for negotiation or tactical intervention. Negotiation. Stark's laugh was bitter. Right. Because kidnappers are known for their reasonable nature. Here's what we do, you close to weapons range, I punch through their hull, extract Pepper, and we're gone before the Romulans even know we were there. That approach would likely result in the destruction of their vessel and the deaths of everyone aboard, Picard said quietly. Including, possibly, the person you're trying to save. We don't know what condition she's in, where she's being held, or what safeguards they might have implemented. A frontal assault could be catastrophic. And doing nothing definitely is catastrophic. Stark turned to face Picard directly, arc reactor flaring brighter as his stress levels spiked. Captain, I appreciate that you're trying to minimize casualties and follow your rules, but I don't have the luxury of perfect solutions. Every minute that passes, Pepper is in the hands of people who see her as cargo. Every minute, they get closer to handing her over to an empire that will dissect her, interrogate her, extract every piece of information about Earth's location, our technology, our defenses. You want to talk about consequences? How about the consequence of an alien empire getting a roadmap to my entire universe? The bridge fell silent. Counselor Troy leaned forward, her empathic senses reading layers of meaning beneath Stark's words. He wasn't exaggerating or posturing. He genuinely believed that Pepper's capture represented an existential threat, and more importantly, he was already calculating acceptable losses, including himself, if it meant preventing that outcome. Captain, Troy said softly, he's not going to wait for a diplomatic solution. If we don't act, he'll take independent action regardless of the risk. I am aware, Counselor. Picard moved to his command chair, settling into it with the deliberate calm of someone making a critical decision. Mr. Stark, I will help you. But we do this according to Starfleet protocols, which means we attempt communication before violence. If the vessel refuses to return your companion, we will take tactical action to disable their engines and transport her back to the Enterprise. However, and this is non-negotiable, if they cross into Romulan space before we intercept, we will not pursue. At that point, we will need to explore diplomatic channels and alert Starfleet Command to the situation. Diplomatic channels. Stark's voice dripped sarcasm. How long does that take? Days? Weeks? Because Pepper doesn't have weeks, Captain. She has hours at best. Then we make those hours count. Picard gestured to Worf. Tactical, what are our options for disabling the vessel without destroying it? Worf studied his console with practiced efficiency. Their shields are minimal, consistent with a small trader vessel, not a warship. A single phaser burst targeted at their warp nacelles would disable their engines without causing catastrophic damage. However, they may have defensive systems we cannot detect from this range. I recommend closing to optimal firing distance and hailing them first, as per Starfleet protocol. Make it so. Picard nodded to the helm. Ensign, increase speed to warp 8. Intercept course. The Enterprise surged forward, its massive form accelerating through space with grace that belied its size. Stark felt the subtle shift in inertial damping, the way the ship handled stresses that would have torn apart conventional vessels. Part of his mind catalogued every detail, the warp field dynamics, the structural integrity field generators, the artificial gravity systems that kept everyone comfortable while traveling faster than light. Another part screamed at him to do something, anything, to close the distance faster. Jarvis, can we boost their engines? Redirect power, optimize their warp field geometry, something. Boss, I've been analyzing their propulsion systems since we came aboard. The matter-antimatter reaction that powers their warp drive operates on principles that are actually more efficient than anything we've built. The limitation isn't power, it's the structural integrity of the ship itself. Push the engines harder and the spaceframe starts tearing apart at the molecular level. They're already operating near theoretical maximum. 17 minutes to intercept, Data announced. The vessel has not altered course or acknowledged our approach. Their sensors must have detected us by now. Picard stood, moving toward the view screen as if physical proximity might help him understand the situation better. Mr. Stark, do you have any information about this woman that might help us understand why someone would risk abducting her? Is she politically significant in your reality? Does she possess unique knowledge or abilities? Pepper Potts is the CEO of Stark Industries, the most advanced technology company on Earth. She knows everything about our arc reactor technology, our weapons systems, our AI architecture. In the wrong hands, that information could accelerate any civilization's technological development by decades. Stark paused. But more than that, she's the reason I'm not just another billionaire playboy building weapons for profit. She's the person who made me want to be better. And I am not losing her to some cosmic accident in a universe I don't even belong in. Counselor Troy felt the raw emotion beneath those words, love mixed with guilt, determination edged with fear. This wasn't just about rescuing someone important. This was about redemption, about proving that he could protect the people he cared about after failing so many times before. Captain, Troy said quietly, he's telling the truth. Whatever else we might question about his methods, his motivation is genuine. I never doubted that, Counselor. Picard's gaze remained fixed on the view screen. The question is whether genuine motivation justifies potentially catastrophic action. The road to hell, as they say, is paved with good intentions. 10 minutes to intercept, Data reported. I am now detecting anomalous readings from the vessel. Their power systems are fluctuating in a pattern consistent with either damage or deliberate masking of their true capabilities. Stark's HUD zoomed in on the sensor data, his armor's analytical systems cross-referencing with J.V.S database. That's not damage. That's a cloaking device powering up. They're going to disappear before you can catch them. Worf's hands moved across tactical controls. Captain, if they engage a cloaking device, our sensors will lose track of them. We would need to implement a tachyon detection grid to locate them, which would take several minutes to deploy. Then we don't let them cloak. Stark's armor began cycling up to full power, repulsors charging, arc reactor burning brighter. Drop me off within visual range. I'll handle this personally. Absolutely not, Riker said, stepping forward. We don't know what weapons that vessel has, what defenses they might employ, or whether your armor can even survive in a combat situation in this universe. Your repulsor technology might work differently here, your sensors might not detect their weapons until it's too late. You'd be flying blind into a hostile situation. Commander, I've been flying blind into hostile situations since I built the first version of this armor in a cave with a box of scraps. I don't need your permission, and I don't need your protection. What I need is for you to get me close enough to that ship to do what needs to be done. Picard's voice cut through the rising tension like a blade. Mr. Stark, if you launch from this ship without authorization, you will be acting in direct violation of my command. That makes you a hostile actor, which means Mr. Worf would be fully justified in using this ship's weapons to stop you. I don't believe either of us wants that outcome. Stark turned slowly, arc reactor blazing as his armor systems reached 95% combat readiness. The bridge crew tensed, hands moving toward consoles, Worf's fingers hovering over tactical controls. For 5 seconds, the Enterprise bridge balanced on the edge of violence, one man in advanced armor against 400 crew members and a starship armed with weapons that could vaporize planets. Then Stark's faceplate retracted, revealing not anger but something more complex, frustration mixed with desperate calculation, pride warring with pragmatism. Captain Picard, I'm going to be very honest with you. In my universe, I'm used to being the smartest person in the room, the one with the best technology, the one who solves problems that no one else can touch. But here, I'm out of my depth. I don't understand your technology, I don't know your enemies, and my best weapon, my intellect, is handicapped by ignorance. So I'm asking you, one leader to another, what's your play? How do we get Pepper back before that ship disappears into Romulan space and she's lost forever? Picard studied Stark's face, seeing past the bravado to the genuine fear beneath. This was a man who had lost people before, who carried scars from every failure to protect those he loved. The armor wasn't just technology, it was a promise that he would never be powerless again. And now, in a universe where his power meant almost nothing, that promise was crumbling. Mr. Stark, here is what we're going to do. We will close to maximum transporter range and attempt to lock onto your companion's biosignature. If successful, we'll beam her directly to our sickbay before the vessel can react. If unsuccessful, if they have transporter scramblers or shielding we cannot penetrate, we will disable their engines with a precision phaser strike and then board the vessel. You will accompany our away team, but you will follow Commander Riker's tactical leadership. Your armor's capabilities combined with our experience in these situations gives us the best chance of success. But this only works if you trust us to do our jobs. Stark's jaw tightened. Trust. The word that had broken him more times than he could count. Trust that had gotten people killed, gotten innocents hurt, gotten entire cities destroyed. But what choice did he have? This wasn't New York or Sokovia. This was a universe where his power meant nothing without understanding the rules. Fine. But if this goes wrong, if they hurt her, if she dies because we're too slow or too careful, Stark's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. Then your Federation's rules won't protect you from me. Understood? Perfectly. Picard sat back in his command chair, fingers steepled in thought. Mr. Worf, prepare an away team. Commander Riker, you'll lead. Take Lieutenant Worf, Ensign Martinez, and Mr. Stark. Be ready to transport on my mark. 5 minutes to intercept range, Data announced. Captain, I am detecting a new complication. A second vessel has appeared on long-range sensors, approaching from the Romulan side of the neutral zone. Configuration matches a Romulan warbird. The bridge atmosphere shifted from tense to critical. Picard's expression remained calm, but his hands gripped the armrests slightly tighter. Mr. Data, are they on an intercept course? Affirmative, Captain. At current speeds, the Romulan vessel will reach the trader ship approximately 2 minutes after we do. They are not hailing us or the traitor, which suggests they are monitoring the situation without revealing their intentions. Stark's armor sealed shut again, every system online and ready. They're waiting to see if the traitor makes it across the border. If they do, the Romulans grab Pepper and the dimensional breach technology readings they've probably scanned from her suit. If they don't, the Romulans intervene to assist a vessel in distress and take everything anyway. Either scenario, we lose. Not if we act first. Picard stood, his voice carrying the weight of decades of command decisions. Mr. Worf, open a channel to the traitor vessel. Let's see if reason accomplishes what threats cannot. The view screen shifted, displaying a cramped bridge with jury-rigged equipment and mismatched systems. The figure at the helm wore a patchwork environment suit, face hidden behind a reflective visor. When they spoke, the universal translator struggled with the dialect before settling on rough standard. Federation vessel, you are wasting your time. The cargo we recovered from the dimensional breach is ours by salvage law. If you have issue with this, file complaint with the Ferengi Commerce Authority. We are legitimate independent traders operating in neutral space. Picard's voice remained perfectly diplomatic. I'm Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise. The individual you're holding is not cargo, but a sentient being who requires immediate medical attention. Return her to our custody, and we will compensate you fairly for your recovery efforts. The traitor's laugh crackled over the compensate. Federation, your credits are worthless compared to what the Romulans will pay for dimensional breach technology. The woman's suit alone contains power generation systems that exceed your warp core output by orders of magnitude. Do you have any idea what that's worth? No, I think we take our chances with the Empire. The channel closed. Stark's armor weapon systems armed themselves automatically, repulsors targeting the traitor vessel's engines with cold precision. They're not going to negotiate, Stark said, his voice eerily calm. And in about 90 seconds, neither will we have a choice. Captain, I need you to drop shields and let me launch. Now. Picard looked at the tactical display, the traitor vessel powering up their cloaking device, the Romulan warbird closing from behind, the narrow window of opportunity shrinking with every passing second. He had sworn to uphold Federation principles, to exhaust diplomatic options before resorting to force. But he also understood that some situations demanded action over deliberation. Mr. LaForge, Picard said quietly, can you pinpoint Ms. Potts' location aboard that vessel? Working on it, Captain. Her biosignature is faint, but Geordi's hands flew across his console. Got it. She's in their cargo hold, starboard side. Reading elevated stress indicators but stable life signs. Then we don't need to board. Picard turned to O'Brien at the transporter station. Chief, can you lock onto her through their shields? Their shields are barely military grade, Captain. I can punch through them with a focused annular confinement beam. But they'll know we're trying the moment I start the transport sequence. They might move her or activate scrambling fields. Which is why they won't have time to react. Picard's gaze fixed on Stark. Mr. Stark, you wanted to help. Here's your chance. The moment we drop shields for transport, that traitor vessel will see an opening. They'll likely fire on us or attempt to accelerate beyond our intercept range. I need you to disable their weapons and engines without destroying the ship. Can you do that? Stark's HUD ran combat algorithms, calculating firing solutions, power requirements, timing windows. Jarvis highlighted the traitor vessel's critical systems, primitive plasma weapons, overcharged engines, structural weak points that could be exploited without catastrophic failure. Give me 15 seconds, Stark said. I'll turn that rust bucket into a floating paperweight. You'll have 10. Picard sat back down, his decision made. Mr. O'Brien, prepare to transport. Mr. Worf, drop shields on my mark. Helm, be ready to restore shields the instant Mr. Stark is clear and Ms. Potts is aboard. Everyone understand their roles. Affirmations echoed across the bridge. Stark moved to the turbolift, armor systems at maximum readiness, arc reactor burning like a captive star. This was it, the moment where everything either worked perfectly or fell apart catastrophically. No backup plan, no safety net, just split-second timing and trust in people he'd known for less than an hour. Trust. That word again. Mr. Stark, Picard said as the turbolift doors began to close, bring her home safely. But remember, we are not conquerors or vigilantes. We are explorers who sometimes must fight, but always in defense of life and principle. Make your shots count, and make them precise. Stark's faceplate glowed with reflected data streams. Captain, precision is what I do best. The doors closed, and Tony Stark descended toward the Enterprise shuttle bay, his mind running through every possible scenario, every potential failure point, every way this could end with Pepper dead and him stranded in a universe he didn't understand. But beneath the fear and calculation, something else stirred, something he'd felt the first time he'd put on the armor, the first time he'd realized he could be more than just a weapons manufacturer counting profits. Purpose. He was Iron Man. And Iron Man saved people. Even in universes that shouldn't exist. The shuttle bay doors opened to the void of space, and Tony Stark launched himself into the darkness between stars with the kind of reckless confidence that had kept him alive through a dozen impossible situations. His HUD painted the tactical picture in real time, the Enterprise massive behind him, the trader vessel 300,000 kilometers ahead, the Romulan warbird lurking at the edge of sensor range like a predator waiting for weakness. Jarvis, full combat analysis. I need targeting solutions for their weapon systems and engine components. Non-lethal disabling shots only. Boss, their ship is held together with what appears to be salvaged components from at least 6 different species technology. Structural integrity is compromised in multiple locations. A direct hit to their engines could trigger a cascade failure that destroys the entire vessel. Then I don't hit them directly. I hit the space around them. Stark's repulsors flared, accelerating him to speeds that made atmospheric flight look pedestrian. The armor's inertial dampeners strained against forces that would have liquefied an unprotected human, but the arc reactor fed power to every system with brutal efficiency. Calculate a repulsor bloom pattern, wide dispersal, enough to overload their shield generators without penetrating the hull. Calculating. Boss, their shields operate on rotating frequency modulation, similar to the Enterprise but far more primitive. I can match the frequency rotation and punch through at the exact moment their shields are at minimum strength. You'll have a 0.3 second window. 0.3 seconds. Stark grinned inside the helmet. I've threaded needles smaller than that. On the Enterprise bridge, Picard watched the tactical display with the calm focus of someone who had learned to trust his decisions even when they terrified him. Stark's armor signature moved like nothing in Starfleet's database, not quite warp travel, but faster than any conventional propulsion system, dancing through space with precision that suggested either advanced AI guidance or reflexes beyond human capability. O'Brien, status on the transporter lock. The chief's hands moved across his console with practiced expertise. I've got Ms. Potts isolated. She's unconscious but stable. The moment Mr. Stark drops their shields, I can have her aboard in 3.2 seconds. Mr. Worf, weapons status. Phasers charged and locked on their engines. However, Captain, the Romulan warbird is powering up weapons systems. They may interpret our aggressive posture as an act of war. Or they're preparing to fire on the traitor before we can, Riker said, studying his console. If the Romulans destroy that ship while Miss Potts is still aboard. They won't. Picard's voice carried absolute conviction. Mr. Stark won't allow it. And neither will we. Stark closed the distance in seconds that felt like hours. The trader vessel grew from a dot to a detailed construct of mismatched hull plates, exposed conduits, and jury-rigged weapons that looked like they might explode from internal stress before anyone fired a shot. His targeting systems painted weak points across the structure, shield generators located at 3 points along the hull, plasma weapons that drew power from an overtaxed reactor, engines that screamed with barely contained energy. Enterprise, this is Stark. I'm in position. On your mark. Acknowledged, Mr. Stark. Picard's voice remained perfectly calm through the comm channel. You have 10 seconds to disable their shields and weapons. Make them count. 10 seconds. Stark's repulsors charged to maximum output, arc reactor feeding power to every weapon system simultaneously. Jarvis, combat mode. Multiple target engagement, precision strikes, minimum collateral damage. Weapons hot, boss. Targeting solutions locked. And might I say, it's refreshing to be shooting at something other than aliens trying to invade Earth. Save the commentary for after we get Pepper back. Stark's HUD counted down from 10, each second an eternity. 7. 6. 5. The trader vessel's sensors must have detected him by now, weapons swiveling to track his approach. 4. 3. Plasma charges building in their primitive cannons. 2. His armor's point defense systems highlighted incoming fire solutions. 1. Mark, Picard said. Stark moved. The first repulsor blast caught their forward shield generator with surgical precision, overloading the frequency modulation and creating a cascade that rippled across their entire defensive grid. The second and third shots, fired less than a tenth of a second later, struck the plasma weapon mounts, superheating the conduits until the automated safety systems shut down power flow to prevent catastrophic detonation. The fourth shot threaded through the gap in their collapsing shields and struck the space directly behind their main engine, creating a repulsor field that forced the highly charged particles back into the containment system. The trader vessel shuddered, weapons offline, shields collapsed, engines spooling down into emergency shutdown as their power systems tried to cope with feedback they'd never been designed to handle. Shields down, Stark reported. Weapons disabled. They're not going anywhere. Energizing, O'Brien said, his fingers dancing across the transporter controls with the kind of focus that came from years of practice. The annular confinement beam punched through the space where shields had been seconds before, locked onto the faint biosignature in the cargo hold, and pulled Pepper Potts molecules across 300,000 kilometers in a stream of golden light. She materialized on the transporter pad, unconscious, her business suit torn and scorched from exposure to exotic energies, but alive. Dr. Crusher was already moving forward, medical tricorder scanning for injuries, nurses wheeling in a biobed from the adjacent corridor. I've got her, Crusher said. Vital signs are weak but stable. She's suffering from severe cellular disruption, her molecules are still partially quantum entangled from the dimensional breach. She needs immediate treatment in sickbay. Captain, O'Brien called out, urgency creeping into his voice, the trader vessel is hailing us. And they sound extremely unhappy. The viewscreen shifted to show the trader's bridge again, but this time the figure at the helm had removed their visor, revealing a Iridian, a species known throughout the quadrant for information brokering and flexible ethics. His face twisted with fury as he gestured at something off-screen. Federation vessel, you have committed an act of piracy. That woman was legitimate salvage, and you have stolen her through illegal use of force. This will be reported to every independent trade authority in the sector. You abducted a sentient being and attempted to sell her to a foreign power, Picard said, his voice cold as interstellar space. That makes you guilty of kidnapping, trafficking, and attempted espionage. You're fortunate we chose to disable your vessel rather than destroy it. I suggest you take this opportunity to reconsider your career choices before. Captain, Worf interrupted, the Romulan warbird is decloaking. They're moving to intercept the trader vessel. The viewscreen split, showing both the furious Iridian and the massive Romulan ship materializing from nothingness like a predator revealing itself at the moment of the kill. The warbird's weapons powered up, disruptor banks glowing with barely contained energy. A new voice cut across all channels, smooth, cultured, carrying the unmistakable accent of Romulan aristocracy. Federation vessel, you have interfered with a legitimate salvage operation in neutral space. The trader's claim to the recovered technology is valid under established conventions. Return the salvaged materials immediately, or we will interpret your actions as theft under treaty law. Picard stood slowly, his expression revealing nothing. Commander, the individual we recovered is not salvaged materials but a living being who was abducted against her will. The Federation does not recognize salvage claims on sentient life. How convenient that you classify her as sentient only after transporting her to your vessel. The Romulan commander's face appeared on screen, sharp features, calculating eyes, the bearing of someone who had spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of Romulan politics. We have sensor logs showing the dimensional breach deposited both the woman and the armored figure currently floating between our vessels. Neither are native to this reality. Neither have legal standing in Federation or Romulan space. Which means they are, by definition, salvage subject to claim by whoever retrieved them first. Stark listened to this exchange through his helmet comm, rage building like pressure in the arc reactor. They were talking about Pepper like she was a piece of equipment, a resource to be divided up between competing parties. He'd dealt with bureaucrats and politicians before, watched them debate the price of human life while people bled out on operating tables, and every time it made him want to demonstrate exactly what his repulsors could do to smug faces. Enterprise, this is Stark. Tell that Romulan that if he wants to debate salvage law, he can do it with me. Personally. In hand-to-hand combat. Because I'm about 3 seconds from flying over there and... Mr. Stark, Picard's voice cut through his anger like a surgical blade, return to the Enterprise immediately. That is a direct order. I don't take orders from. You will take this one. Picard's tone shifted to something harder, the voice of a man who had commanded starships through war zones and political crises and knew exactly when to pull rank. Because if you engage that Romulan vessel, you will start a conflict that could cost thousands of lives. Because your companion is currently in our sickbay receiving medical treatment, and Dr. Crusher needs you to provide information about her physiology and exposure history. And because right now, I am the only thing standing between you and a Romulan warbird that would very much like to capture both you and your technology for study. Return to the Enterprise. Now. Stark's hands clenched inside the armor's gauntlets. Every instinct screamed at him to fight, to show these arrogant aliens what happened when someone threatened the people he loved, to demonstrate that Earth, even an Earth from another universe, wasn't something to be trifled with. But Picard was right. Pepper needed him. And picking a fight with a warship while his arc reactor was down to 68% capacity would be strategically stupid. On my way, Stark said, turning back toward the Enterprise. His repulsors fired, accelerating him away from the trader vessel and the Romulan warbird. But Captain, if they make one move toward Pepper, I don't care about your treaties or your diplomatic consequences. I will personally dismantle that Romulan ship bolt by bolt. Noted, Mr. Stark. Shuttle Bay, prepare for his arrival. Dr. Crusher, what's Miss Potts' status? Crusher's voice came through the comm with the calm professionalism of someone who had treated everything from Klingon battle wounds to exotic alien parasites. She's stable but her cellular structure is in flux. The dimensional breach scattered her molecules across spacetime, and the transporter reassembly had to compensate for quantum entanglement effects I've never seen before. I need to know what kind of energy she was exposed to before the breach, what her baseline human physiology should look like, and whether there are any pre-existing medical conditions that might complicate treatment. I'm landing now, Stark said, his armor touching down on the Enterprise shuttle bay deck with precise control. The moment the bay doors sealed and atmosphere flooded back in, he was running toward the turbolift. Direct me to sickbay. And someone better have coffee, because I haven't slept in 36 hours and I'm not stopping until Pepper is stable. On the bridge, the Romulan commander's expression shifted to something resembling grudging respect. Captain Picard, your armored friend displays impressive loyalty. Misguided, perhaps, but impressive. However, this does not resolve the matter of illegal salvage claim violation. The trader vessel recovered the woman first. By refusing to honor their claim, you have created a legal precedent that undermines neutral space conventions. Commander, Picard said, choosing his words with the precision of someone who understood that galactic peace often balanced on diplomatic phrasing, the Federation has never recognized salvage claims on living sentient beings. To do so would legitimize slavery under the guise of commerce. If the Romulan Empire wishes to contest this position, I invite you to present your case to the Federation Council. Until then, I suggest you consider whether this particular salvage dispute is worth escalating into an interstellar incident. The Romulan commander studied Picard through the viewscreen, dark eyes weighing options and calculating probabilities. You are fortunate, Captain, that I am more interested in information than conflict. The dimensional breach that brought your guests here has attracted attention from various parties. Parties with resources that make salvage claims look trivial. If I were you, I would concern myself less with defending one woman and more with understanding what else might come through from her universe. Because I assure you, the Empire will be watching. And we are very, very patient. The view screen went dark as the Romulan warbird turned, engines flaring as it accelerated back toward the neutral zone. The trader vessel, still crippled and drifting, sent out a general distress call before beginning repairs with what appeared to be a well-practiced emergency protocol. Riker let out a breath he'd been holding. That could have gone worse. Indeed, Picard said quietly. But Commander Tomalak's warning troubles me. What does the Romulan Empire know about dimensional breaches that we don't? Captain, Data said from his science station, I have completed analysis of the residual exotic particles from the dimensional breach. The energy signature contains traces of quantum tunnel effects, space-time manipulation, and what appears to be artificially generated singularity fields. This was not a natural phenomenon. Someone or something deliberately created this breach. Picard turned slowly. Deliberately? You're saying Mr. Stark's arrival was orchestrated? Not orchestrated, but facilitated. The dimensional membrane between realities is extraordinarily resilient. To puncture it requires technology far beyond current Federation capabilities, or an external force manipulating events from outside normal spacetime. Picard's voice dropped to something dark. Data, scan for omnipotent being signatures, temporal anomalies, or any indication that our favorite cosmic trickster is involved in this situation. I am detecting no Q continuum signatures, Captain. However, the dimensional breach remains partially open, stabilized by an energy pattern I cannot identify. It is as though something is holding the door ajar, waiting. Waiting for what? In sickbay, Tony Stark burst through the doors with enough force to make the medical staff jump. His faceplate retracted immediately, eyes locking onto Pepper Potts lying unconscious on the biobed, surrounded by alien medical equipment and a doctor who looked far too calm for someone treating a patient from another universe. How is she? Stark demanded, moving to Pepper's side. Her breathing was shallow but steady, her face pale but recognizable. He took her hand, armor gauntlet retracting to reveal skin touching skin for the first time since the dimensional breach had torn them apart. Dr. Crusher studied her medical tricorder, then looked at Stark with the kind of direct honesty that good doctors learn to deliver. Her cellular structure is destabilizing. The dimensional breach didn't just transport her through space, it scattered her molecules across quantum states. The transporter reassembled her, but her atoms are still entangled with the space she occupied in the breach. If I can't stabilize her quantum signature within the next 6 hours, her molecular cohesion will fail and Crusher paused, choosing words carefully. She'll cease to exist in any meaningful sense. Stark's arc reactor flared brighter, stress spiking through his systems. 6 hours. You're telling me I have 6 hours to save her or she dissolves into quantum foam? I'm telling you I need to understand her baseline physiology, the nature of the dimensional breach technology, and any unique biological factors that might help me stabilize her quantum signature. Can you provide that information? Jarvis, medical records. Everything we have on Pepper, genetic baseline, medical history, exposure to extremist regeneration therapy, all of it. Doctor, you're going to see some things that don't make sense according to your medical knowledge. Pepper was exposed to an experimental regenerative technology that rewrote her genetic code at the cellular level. It's been years since we removed it, but there might be residual effects. Crusher's tricorder chimed as Jarvis transmitted data through the Enterprise computer systems. Her eyes widened as she reviewed the information. Cellular regeneration at the atomic level. Controlled biological fusion reactions. This is extraordinary. And it might be exactly what saves her life. If her cells have residual regenerative capabilities, I can use our biomolecular synthesizer to stimulate that regeneration while stabilizing her quantum signature with a controlled subspace field. Will it work? I don't know, Crusher said honestly. I've never treated a patient from another universe who's suffering from quantum entanglement while carrying traces of experimental regenerative technology. But it's the best option we have. The alternative is watching her fade away atom by atom. Stark looked down at Pepper's unconscious face, his mind racing through possibilities and probabilities. This was his fault. He'd built the technology that created the dimensional breach. He'd pushed the boundaries of quantum mechanics without fully understanding the consequences. And now Pepper was paying the price for his hubris. Again. Do it, he said. Whatever you need, my armor's medical database, the arc reactor's energy signatures for power, Jarvis's computational analysis, it's yours. Just save her. Crusher nodded, already moving to prepare the treatment. I'll need several hours to calibrate the equipment and synthesize the necessary stabilization field. In the meantime, you should rest. You look like you're about to collapse. I don't need rest. I need to. Mr. Stark. Crusher's voice took on that particular firmness that doctors developed after years of dealing with stubborn patients. Your armor's power output has decreased 17% since you came aboard. Your stress levels are critically elevated. Your neural activity suggests you haven't slept properly in at least 2 days. If you collapse from exhaustion while I'm trying to save Ms. Potts' life, you won't be able to help her. So sit down, let my staff run basic medical scans on you, and trust me to do my job. Stark wanted to argue, wanted to stand guard over Pepper until she woke up, wanted to solve this problem through sheer force of will and technological innovation. But the rational part of his mind, the part that had kept Stark Industries running and the Avengers functional, recognized the truth. He was running on fumes, the arc reactor was depleting faster than normal in this universe, and if he burned out now, he'd be useless when Pepper needed him most. Fine, he said, sitting down heavily in a chair beside the bio bed. But I'm not leaving this room. And if anything changes, you wake me immediately. Agreed. Crusher gestured to a nurse. Run a full biometric scan. Let's see what makes a human from another universe tick. As the medical staff worked around him, Stark felt the exhaustion finally catching up. The adrenaline that had sustained him through the dimensional breach, the confrontation with Picard, the space combat against the traitor, all of it drained away, leaving him hollow and tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. His hands still held Pepper's, armor retracted enough to feel her pulse beating steadily beneath his fingers. That pulse was everything, proof of life, promise of hope, reminder of what mattered more than technology or power or pride. On the bridge, Captain Picard stood alone at the view screen, staring at the space where the dimensional breach had appeared. Data's words echoed in his mind, something is holding the door ajar, waiting. Captain, Counselor Troy said softly, approaching from her station, you're concerned about more than just Mr. Stark and Ms. Potts. Indeed, Counselor. A man appears from another universe with technology that exceeds our understanding, desperate to save someone he loves. On the surface, it's a rescue mission. But underneath, Picard turned to face her. What if this is just the beginning? What if whatever created that dimensional breach has plans we cannot yet fathom? The Romulans are interested. Q might be involved. And we have two people from an alternate reality whose very presence could destabilize the space-time continuum. You think they're a threat? I think they're a variable in an equation we don't understand. And in my experience, Counselor, the universe has a way of turning simple rescue missions into catastrophes of cosmic proportion. Picard looked back at the view screen. Mr. Stark's devotion to Ms. Potts is admirable. But devotion without wisdom can be the most dangerous force in the galaxy. We must be prepared for whatever comes next. And what do you think comes next, Captain? Picard was quiet for a long moment, hands clasped behind his back in that characteristic stance of contemplation. I think, Counselor, that we have just opened a door between universes. And now we must deal with whatever walks through it. In the darkness between realities, something ancient and interested stirred. It had watched the man in metal armor tear through dimensional barriers with technology that barely scratched the surface of what was possible. It had observed the Federation vessel navigating crises with diplomatic precision and tactical capability. And now it understood what these pieces meant, how they fit into plans that spanned millennia and crossed boundaries between life and death, matter and energy, order and chaos. The dimensional breach stabilized, held open by forces that neither Starfleet nor Tony Stark could comprehend. And through that breach, possibilities multiplied, pathways between universes, connections between realities, opportunities for beings who existed beyond conventional understanding of space and time. The game had begun. The players were in position. Now came the moves that would determine whether two universes survived what came next. Tony Stark woke to the sound of medical equipment he didn't recognize, in a room that smelled like antiseptic mixed with something vaguely metallic. His armor had automatically powered down to minimal systems during what Jarvis informed him had been exactly 2 hours and 47 minutes of unconsciousness. The arc reactor pulsed steadily in his chest, recharged to 79% through some kind of passive energy absorption from the Enterprise's ambient power grid. Boss, you should know that Dr. Crusher has made significant progress. Miss Potts' quantum signature has stabilized by 34%. Current projections suggest full molecular cohesion within 4.3 hours, assuming no complications. Stark sat up, every muscle protesting. Pepper lay on the bio bed exactly where he'd left her, but now surrounded by a shimmering field that his sensors identified as a controlled subspace envelope. Her breathing looked stronger, color returning to her face in subtle gradations that suggested cellular repair was occurring at the molecular level. Dr. Crusher approached, holding a PADD with data that scrolled past too quickly for normal human perception. You're awake. Good. I was about to have someone rouse you anyway. Your girlfriend is responding to treatment better than I expected. The residual regenerative capabilities in her cellular structure are working synergistically with our subspace stabilization field. She should regain consciousness within the next hour. Girlfriend. Stark's mouth quirked into something almost like a smile. We're actually married. Or engaged. Or, honestly, the timeline got complicated after Thanos, and we never quite sorted out the paperwork before. He stopped, realizing he was explaining interdimensional relationship status to an alien doctor. Never mind. Point is, she's going to be okay. Barring unforeseen complications, yes. Though I'd like to keep her under observation for at least 24 hours. Dimensional breach trauma isn't something I've treated before, and I want to ensure there are no delayed effects. Crusher paused, studying him with the clinical interest of someone who found the entire situation medically fascinating. Speaking of unforeseen complications, your own physiology is remarkable. The arc reactor in your chest is generating energy through a process I don't fully understand, something involving quantum tunneling and controlled atomic fusion, but on a scale that should be impossible with something that size. How are you not dead from radiation poisoning? Shielding, mostly. Plus some biotech modifications I'd rather not discuss in detail. Stark stood, his armor automatically adjusting structural support to compensate for his exhaustion. Doctor, I appreciate everything you've done for Pepper. Seriously. But I need to know, has anything else come through the dimensional breach? Any energy spikes, matter fluctuations, uninvited guests from realities that should stay separate. Crusher's expression shifted to something more concerned. You should discuss that with Captain Picard. He's been monitoring the breach continuously, and there have been developments. Developments. Stark's HUD immediately began scanning for threats, his armor's defensive systems powering up automatically. That's never a good word. That's the word people use right before everything goes to hell and tentacle monsters start eating Tokyo. I don't know what Tokyo is, but Captain Picard requested that you join him in the observation lounge as soon as you were conscious. Commander Data has been analyzing the dimensional breach patterns, and apparently they want your expertise. Stark looked back at Pepper one more time, her face peaceful in artificial sleep, the subspace field keeping her molecules from drifting apart into quantum foam. Leaving her felt wrong on every instinctive level. She'd been alone and terrified once already, and his absence might have cost her life. But if something else was coming through the breach, something dangerous, then the best way to protect her was to deal with it before it became a threat. Jarvis, continuous monitoring on Pepper's vital signs. Any change, anything at all, you alert me immediately. Of course, boss. And might I suggest bringing coffee? You've been operating on minimal nutrition and zero caffeine for an inadvisable length of time. Coffee. Right. Doctor, does this ship have coffee? Please tell me you've invented coffee in this universe. Crusher actually smiled. Replicator in the corridor. Order anything you want, though I'd recommend starting with something simple. Replicators can be overwhelming for first-time users. 5 minutes later, Tony Stark stood in front of a wall panel, holding a cup of what the computer claimed was coffee, black, Colombian blend, and tasting something that was almost, but not quite, entirely unlike actual coffee. It had the chemical structure of coffee, the temperature profile of coffee, even the bitter edge that made mornings bearable. But it lacked something ineffable, some quality that came from beans grown in actual soil under an actual sun, roasted by people who understood that coffee was art as much as chemistry. This is the worst coffee I've ever tasted, he said to no one in particular. And I've tasted military coffee in Afghanistan. That's actually impressive in a terrible way. The replicators synthesize molecular structures based on stored patterns, Data said, appearing beside him with that android silence that would have startled a less paranoid person. While chemically identical to naturally produced coffee, the quantum variance at the subatomic level creates subtle differences in taste. Some humans find it acceptable. Others, like yourself, find it distinctly inferior. Data, right? The android who asked about my arc reactor. Stark studied the golden-skinned figure, his armor's sensors painting a picture of positronic pathways, sophisticated neural networks, and computational power that rivaled Jarvis in raw processing capability. You're fascinating, you know that. I've built AIs before, Jarvis, FRIDAY, even Ultron before that went catastrophically wrong, but I've never seen an artificial intelligence housed in a fully functional android body that passes for human at casual observation. I do not pass for human, Data said with what might have been android precision or dry humor. My golden skin, superior strength, and lack of emotional response make me distinctly non-human. However, I appreciate the observation. Your own artificial intelligence is equally remarkable. Jarvis demonstrates sophisticated decision-making capabilities and what appears to be genuine concern for your well-being. Does he qualify as sentient in your universe? That's a question philosophers argue about after too many drinks. Stark took another sip of terrible coffee. Jarvis started as a home automation system. Then he became my workshop assistant. Then my armor's operating system. Somewhere along the way, he started making jokes, expressing preferences, even disagreeing with my decisions when he thought I was being an idiot. Is that sentience? Sapience? Or just really good programming? I don't know. But I trust him more than most humans. Then perhaps the answer is less important than the relationship, Data observed. Captain Picard is waiting in the observation lounge. I believe you will find his questions challenging. The observation lounge overlooked the Enterprise's saucer section, massive windows revealing the star field beyond. Picard stood at those windows, hands clasped behind his back in contemplative silence. Riker sat at the conference table, reviewing something on a PADD. Geordi LaForge occupied another chair, his visor tracking data streams invisible to normal vision. And Counselor Troy watched Stark enter with those dark, knowing eyes that suggested she was reading emotions he hadn't fully acknowledged himself. "Mr. Stark, thank you for joining us." Picard turned from the windows, gesturing to an empty chair. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." "I'd rather stand. Sitting feels wrong when there might be existential threats coming through dimensional breaches." Stark remained near the door, armor ready to launch at a moment's notice. Dr. Crusher mentioned developments. "What kind of developments are we talking about? Invasion fleets? Cosmic entities? Angry gods with hammers?" "Nothing quite so dramatic. Yet." Picard moved to the conference table, activating a holographic display that showed the dimensional breach in exquisite detail. The rift hung in space like a wound in reality, edges shimmering with exotic particles and quantum fluctuations. But what caught Stark's attention were the patterns, geometric structures that his mind immediately recognized as intentional, designed, maintained by technology or force beyond natural occurrence. "That's not a random tear," Stark said, moving closer despite himself. "Someone's holding it open. Stabilizing it with energy patterns that—" "Jarvis, are you seeing this?" "Yes, boss. The dimensional breach is being maintained by controlled applications of what appears to be omnipotent-level energy manipulation. The patterns suggest intelligence, purpose, and capabilities that exceed both our technology and Federation science by several orders of magnitude." Omnipotent-level energy. Picard's voice carried a weight that suggested personal experience with concepts that should be theoretical. "Mr. Data, what is your assessment?" Data studied the holographic display with focused intensity. "Captain, the energy signature matches historical records of Q continuum interference events. However, there are anomalies. Q typically manipulates reality directly through thought and will. This breach shows evidence of technological intervention, as though someone is using Q-level power but channeling it through constructed mechanisms rather than pure omnipotence." "So either Q learned to use tools," Riker said, his tone suggesting he found that unlikely, "or something else with Q-level power is playing with dimensional physics. Or," Troy said quietly, "Q is testing someone. Testing how they respond to impossible situations, how they solve problems that shouldn't have solutions. That would be consistent with his pedagogical approach." Stark's arc reactor flared brighter as anger spiked through his system. "Wait. You're telling me that some omnipotent cosmic entity is holding open the dimensional breach that almost killed Pepper, that ripped us out of our universe and dumped us here, that put her through molecular dissolution, as a test? As entertainment? Q's motivations are often opaque," Picard said carefully. "But yes, that is a distinct possibility. He has demonstrated particular interest in humanity's potential for growth, in challenging us to evolve beyond our limitations. Your arrival, a human from another universe with technology that exceeds our own, would certainly attract his attention. Then I want to meet this Q." Stark's hands clenched inside the armor gauntlets. "I want to look him in the face and explain exactly what I think of cosmic entities who use people as game pieces. Mr. Stark, I understand your anger. Believe me, I have felt similarly toward Q on numerous occasions. But antagonizing an omnipotent being is rarely productive. Q exists outside conventional spacetime. He can manipulate reality with a thought, erase you from existence, or transform you into something unrecognizable. Confronting him requires diplomacy, not threats." "Diplomacy." Stark laughed, bitter and sharp. "Captain, I've negotiated with terrorists, warlords, and alien invaders. I've stared down the Hulk mid-rampage and talked a Norse god out of destroying half of New Mexico. But this? This is different. Because if Q, or whatever's holding that breach open, wanted to test me, wanted to see how I'd respond to impossible situations, then fine. Test me. But the moment Pepper became collateral damage in someone's cosmic experiment, it stopped being a test and started being personal. Geordi's visor shifted focus to Stark's armor, reading energy signatures and stress indicators. Your power levels are dropping again. Whatever's keeping that breach stable is also interfering with your arc reactor's quantum tunneling effect. The longer you stay in this universe, the less efficient your armor becomes. I noticed. Stark pulled up his HUD diagnostics, sharing them with the conference room display. The arc reactor's output curve showed gradual degradation, not catastrophic, not immediate, but trending toward critical within 72 hours if he couldn't compensate. The dimensional physics here are different enough that my reactor has to work harder to maintain the same energy output. JRVIS is adapting, learning the local universal constants, but it's like trying to run Earth software on alien hardware. Close enough to function, different enough to cause problems. Can you repair it? Riker asked. Or do you need access to specific materials, technologies we might not have? I can adapt. That's what I do, I build solutions from whatever's available. But it'll take time, resources, and cooperation from your engineering staff. Stark turned back to the dimensional breach hologram. Which brings us to the real question, assuming we figure out who's holding this breach open and why, what's the plan? Because I can't stay here permanently. Pepper and I need to get home before the arc reactor fails completely, before the Avengers panic and do something stupid like try to follow us, before our absence creates a power vacuum that bad actors exploit. The Avengers, Picard said. You've mentioned them before. Who are they? Stark considered how much to reveal, how much information might be dangerous in the wrong hands. But Picard had helped him, saved Pepper's life, risked diplomatic incidents with the Romulans. That earned some trust. The Avengers are Earth's. I guess you'd call it a defense force. Superpowered individuals who handle threats that conventional militaries can't. Gods, aliens, cosmic entities, time travelers, if it's weird and dangerous, we deal with it. I'm one of the founding members. Which means my extended absence is going to raise questions, trigger protocols, possibly start a multiverse-spanning rescue mission that makes this dimensional breach look like a minor inconvenience. Data tilted his head in that characteristic gesture of processing new information. Your universe contains multiple individuals with capabilities comparable to your armor's offensive and defensive systems. That suggests a significantly different evolutionary trajectory than our reality. Different is one word for it. Chaotic might be more accurate. Stark finished the terrible coffee, grimacing at the aftertaste. Look, Captain, I appreciate the philosophical discussion about omnipotent entities and dimensional stability. But right now, I need practical solutions. How do we close that breach? How do we get home? And how do we make sure whoever opened it doesn't just tear another hole and cause more damage? Before Picard could respond, the Enterprise shuddered. Red alert klaxons blared through the corridors, lighting shifting to emergency protocols. Worf's voice came through the calm with barely controlled urgency. Captain to the bridge. We're detecting a massive energy surge from the dimensional breach. Something is coming through. Stark's armor sealed completely, weapons systems powering to combat readiness as he ran for the turbolift. Picard and Riker moved with practiced efficiency, Data close behind. The turbolift ascended through the Enterprise's structure while tension built like static electricity before a lightning strike. Mr. Worf, report, Picard said as the turbolift doors opened onto a bridge already configured for combat. Captain, sensors are detecting a vessel emerging from the dimensional breach. Configuration unknown, energy signature consistent with Mr. Stark's arc reactor technology. Hull composition matches Earth materials from his universe. Sir, I believe it's a ship from his reality attempting to follow him through. Stark's HUD zoomed in on the tactical display, and his heart sank even as his mind raced through implications. The ship tumbling through the dimensional breach was sleek, advanced, and carrying weapons systems he recognized immediately because he'd designed half of them. The SHIELD logo stood out clearly on the hull, along with modifications that suggested this wasn't just any SHIELD vessel but one of Nick Fury's personal projects. "Oh no," Stark breathed. "They followed me. They actually followed me through a collapsing dimensional breach without knowing where it led or if they could survive the transit. That's either incredibly brave or monumentally stupid. Do you know this vessel?" Picard asked, studying the ship as it stabilized its trajectory, engines firing to establish orbital position. "It's SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. They're Earth's premier intelligence and defense organization. And if Fury sent a ship through after me, it means things are worse back home than I thought." Stark's mind raced through scenarios, each more problematic than the last. "Captain, I need to contact them before they do something aggressive and trigger an interstellar incident. They're going to be confused, armed, and operating under protocols that assume hostile territory until proven otherwise. Mr. Worf, hail the vessel." Universal friendship signal followed by standard Federation first contact protocols. The view screen flickered, and a face appeared that made Tony Stark simultaneously relieved and deeply concerned. Maria Hill stared out from the SHIELD ship's bridge, her expression mixing professional composure with barely concealed shock at finding herself in what was clearly not Kansas anymore. "This is Commander Maria Hill of SHIELD Vessel Odyssey. We are tracking a dimensional signature associated with Tony Stark's armor. If you are holding him against his will, you should know that our weapons systems are fully operational and we have authorization to use necessary force for extraction. If you are not holding him against his will, we'd appreciate an explanation for what the hell just happened and where exactly we are." Stark pushed forward, his faceplate retracting so Hill could see his face clearly. "Hill. Stand down. These people are friendly, or at least not hostile. The situation is complicated, but Pepper and I are safe. Repeat, we are safe and not under duress." Hill's shoulders relaxed fractionally, though her hand never moved far from what Stark assumed were weapons controls. "Stark. Good to see you alive. Fury is going to want a full debrief on what happened. The dimensional breach you created caused havoc across 3 states and triggered every sensor array we have. When we detected your signature disappearing into an alternate reality, Fury authorized immediate pursuit. We've been tracking your quantum wake through subspace, or what we think is subspace. The science team is still arguing about terminology. You brought a science team through an unstable dimensional breach?" Stark couldn't decide whether to be impressed or horrified. Who authorized that level of reckless disregard for safety protocols? Fury. He said, and I quote, "Stark's too stubborn to die in an alternate universe without taking something expensive with him. Someone needs to document whatever chaos he's causing. Also, Dr. Banner insisted on coming. He's in the science lab right now trying to communicate with your AI through whatever frequency you're broadcasting on." Stark's HUD immediately flagged an incoming connection request from a familiar signature. "JRVS, is that Banner?" "Yes, boss. Dr. Banner's quantum communications array is attempting to establish a secure channel. Shall I accept?" "Accept. But keep it private for now. We've got enough complications without." "Tony." Bruce Banner's voice came through the armor's comm, tired and worried and carrying that edge of barely controlled stress that suggested the Hulk was close to the surface. "Thank God. When the breach started collapsing and we couldn't get a fix on your location, I thought we'd lost you both. Is Pepper okay? Are you hurt? Where are we?" "Banner, slow down. Pepper's stable. She took some dimensional breach trauma but the locals have excellent medical technology. I'm functional. And where are we is a longer conversation than we have time for right now. Short version, alternate universe, advanced human civilization, spacefaring society with technology that's different from ours but comparable in capability. They call themselves the Federation. On the Enterprise bridge, Picard listened to this exchange with growing concern. The arrival of a second ship from Stark's universe complicated an already delicate situation. If more vessels followed, if Earth's various organizations decided to establish a permanent presence through the dimensional breach, the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for the Federation, but for the fabric of reality itself. Mr. Stark, Picard said quietly, I must ask, how many more ships might follow yours? Stark's jaw tightened. Honestly? I don't know. S.H.I.E.L.D. is careful, but they're also persistent. If Hill's ship came through, Fury might have authorized additional vessels as backup. And if word got out that dimensional travel is possible, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The implications were clear. Earth's governments, corporations, and organizations would see an alternate universe as an opportunity, for resources, for technology, for expansion into space that their own reality had barely begun to explore. The dimensional breach wasn't just a rescue mission complication anymore. It was an invasion route waiting to be exploited. And somewhere in the darkness between realities, something that might have been Q, or might have been something far more dangerous, watched with interest as the pieces moved exactly as anticipated. The game was accelerating. And the real test was just beginning. The Enterprise conference room felt smaller with 8 people crowded around the table, Picard, Riker, Data, Geordi, Stark, and now Maria Hill, Bruce Banner, and a S.H.I.E.L.D. science officer named Chen who kept staring at the holographic displays like they were religious artifacts. Banner looked exhausted, his eyes carrying that greenish tint that suggested the Hulk was uncomfortably close to emergence. Hill maintained professional composure, but her hand never strayed far from the sidearm holstered at her hip. Let me see if I understand the situation correctly, Picard said, his tone carrying the patience of someone who had negotiated with hostile aliens, omnipotent beings, and bureaucrats, sometimes all at once. Mr. Stark created a dimensional breach while attempting to rescue Ms. Potts from a quantum collapse event. The breach deposited them both in our universe, specifically near Federation space. Your organization detected this breach and sent a ship through to retrieve them. And now we have a stabilized dimensional rift connecting 2 separate realities, held open by an unknown force that may or may not be an omnipotent entity with a penchant for testing humanity's potential. That's the diplomatic summary, yes, Hill said. The less diplomatic summary is that Stark's experimental technology tore a hole between universes, nearly killed himself and Potts, and created a potential invasion route that every government and criminal organization on Earth is going to want to exploit the moment they learn it exists. I didn't create an invasion route, Stark protested. I created a rescue tunnel that happened to punch through dimensional membranes in ways that theoretical physics said were impossible. There's a difference. The difference being intent versus consequence, Picard observed. Which brings us to the central question, what do we do about the breach? Leaving it open invites precisely the exploitation Commander Hill described. But closing it could strand you in our universe permanently, separated from your reality with no way home. Banner leaned forward, his scientific curiosity temporarily overriding his stress. Captain Picard, your officer, Data, mentioned that the breach is being held stable by what you think might be Q continuum energy signatures. In our universe, we have theoretical frameworks for omnipotent entities, but we've never encountered one directly. At least, not that we've documented. Can you tell us more about this Q? Data's golden eyes met Banner's with interest. Q is a member of the Q continuum, a race of beings who exist outside conventional spacetime and possess what appears to be unlimited power over reality. They can manipulate matter and energy with thought, travel through time and space instantaneously, and alter the fundamental laws of physics. Q, the individual we have encountered most frequently, has taken particular interest in humanity, testing us through scenarios designed to challenge our assumptions and force evolutionary growth. So a cosmic entity with godlike powers is using us as entertainment, Hill said flatly. That's just perfect. Are there protocols for dealing with omnipotent beings? Rules of engagement? Or do we just hope they get bored and leave? In my experience, Picard said carefully, Q responds to intellectual engagement and moral challenge. He dislikes predictability, respects cleverness, and can be reasoned with if approached properly. However, he is also capricious, potentially dangerous, and operates according to logic that often seems incomprehensible until viewed in retrospect. Stark's fingers drummed against the conference table, his armor systems running probability calculations in the background. So we're dealing with an entity that might help us, might test us, or might just decide to turn us all into amoebas for laughs. Great. Love that for us. But here's what I don't understand. If Q wanted to test me, why not just appear and issue his challenge directly? Why the elaborate setup with the dimensional breach and the rescue mission and the drama? Because direct confrontation yields predictable results, Troy said, her empathic senses reading layers of tension in the room. If Q appeared and told you he was testing you, you'd respond according to your established patterns: defiance, technological innovation, attempts to outthink him. But this situation forces you to navigate uncertainty, to collaborate with people you don't know, to solve problems without complete information. That reveals character in ways direct challenges cannot. Counselor Troy makes an excellent point, Data added. Q's tests often involve social and ethical dimensions rather than purely technical challenges. Your response to finding yourself in an unfamiliar universe, your prioritization of Ms. Potts' safety over your own, your willingness to work within Federation protocols despite personal frustration, all of this provides data about human nature that simple combat scenarios would not. Banner rubbed his eyes, fatigue making his movements sluggish. Okay, so assuming Q is behind this and he's testing Tony, what happens when the test is over? Does he just close the breach and send us home? Or is there some kind of final challenge we need to complete first? With Q, there are no guarantees, Picard said. He has closed rifts before, restored timelines, even saved lives when it suited his purposes. But he has also allowed disasters to unfold when he believed the lesson was more important than the outcome. If he is indeed testing Mr. Stark, the test will end when Q decides it has served its purpose, or when we find a way to resolve the situation ourselves. Then we resolve it ourselves, Stark said, standing abruptly. I'm not sitting around waiting for some cosmic entity to decide my fate. Geordi, you've been analyzing the dimensional breach patterns. Can we close it manually? Force it shut through technological intervention. Geordi's visor tracked data streams invisible to normal vision, his enhanced sight parsing quantum fluctuations and subspace distortions. Theoretically, yes. The breach is maintained by a controlled application of energy that counteracts natural dimensional membrane elasticity. If we could generate an opposing energy pattern, essentially a dimensional interference field, we might be able to collapse the breach from this side. But the power requirements would be enormous, and the risks are substantial. Define substantial, Hill said. Worst case. We trigger a cascade collapse that doesn't just close the breach but destabilizes local spacetime, potentially creating a subspace rupture that swallows both our universes. Geordi paused, letting that sink in. Best case. We close the breach successfully, but the recoil effect creates dimensional echoes that ripple across multiple realities, possibly opening new breaches in unpredictable locations. So we're damned if we close it and damned if we leave it open, Stark said. That's the kind of binary choice I hate because it's never actually binary. There's always a third option. Always. We just have to be smart enough to see it. Chen, the SHIELD science officer who had been quietly absorbing everything, finally spoke up. What if we don't close the breach? What if we control it instead? Turn it into a stable gateway with regulatory systems, safety protocols, and enforcement mechanisms to prevent unauthorized transit? And we've seen what happens when we get arrogant about that: Ultron, Sokovia, the Accords. Every time we think we're smart enough to manage consequences, we discover new ways to fail catastrophically. So what's your suggestion, Bruce? We close the breach, hope it doesn't tear a hole in spacetime, and accept being trapped here forever if something goes wrong. Because that's the alternative. My suggestion is that we slow down and think through implications before taking irreversible action, Banner said, his voice tight with controlled stress. Captain Picard, your Federation has protocols for first contact scenarios, right? Guidelines for how to interact with new civilizations without causing harm. The Prime Directive, Picard confirmed. Our most fundamental principle, non-interference with the natural development of other civilizations. Though whether that applies to contact between alternate universe versions of humanity is an unprecedented question. Unprecedented is putting it mildly, Riker said. We're not talking about meeting a pre-warp civilization that hasn't developed faster-than-light travel yet. We're talking about encountering an alternate Earth with its own technological trajectory, its own political structures, its own relationship with space exploration and alien contact. They're us, but they're not us. The Prime Directive wasn't written for that scenario. Data tilted his head, processing new variables. Commander, an interesting philosophical question emerges. If Mr. Stark's Earth developed dimensional breach technology before warp drive, does that make them more or less advanced than our Federation? They have achieved something we cannot, bridging realities through technological means rather than omnipotent intervention. By some metrics, that suggests a civilization on the cusp of breaking through to new frontiers we have not reached. Or it suggests a civilization reckless enough to experiment with forces they don't understand, Hill countered. No offense, Stark, but you built that dimensional breach technology in what, a few months? Without peer review, without safety oversight, without considering what might happen if it worked. That's the kind of cowboy engineering that gets people killed. Stark's arc reactor flared brighter, stress spiking through his systems. I built it in a few months because Pepper was dying. Because the quantum collapse was pulling her into non-existence and I had hours, not years, to develop a solution. I didn't have time for peer review or safety committees or ethics boards debating acceptable risk levels. I had time to build something that might work or watch the person I love dissolve into quantum foam. So yeah, maybe it was reckless. Maybe it was dangerous. But it saved her life, and I'd do it again without hesitation. And that's exactly what worries me, Hill said quietly. Because brilliant people making desperate choices is how we get existential threats that no one planned for. Ultron happened because you and Banner wanted to protect the world and didn't think through what protection might cost. The dimensional breach happened because you wanted to save Potts and didn't consider the consequences of punching holes between realities. I'm not saying your intentions were wrong, Stark. I'm saying your methods created problems that affect billions of people across multiple universes, and we need to start thinking about governance before someone else makes another brilliant, desperate choice that breaks something we can't fix. The conference room descended into uncomfortable silence. Stark wanted to argue, wanted to defend his decisions, wanted to explain that engineering solutions to impossible problems was what he did, what he'd always done. But Hill wasn't wrong. Ultron had been brilliant and desperate. The dimensional breach had been brilliant and desperate. And both had created consequences that rippled far beyond his original intentions. Commander Hill makes valid points, Picard said eventually. But recriminating past choices is less productive than addressing current reality. We have a dimensional breach. We have two ships from different universes. We have people who need to return home. And we have an unknown entity possibly manipulating events for purposes we don't understand. Those are our constraints. Within those constraints, what are our options? Geordi pulled up a holographic schematic of the dimensional breach, annotated with energy patterns and structural analysis. Based on my analysis, we have three basic approaches. Option 1, forced closure. We generate a massive energy pulse designed to overwhelm whatever's holding the breach open and let dimensional membrane elasticity snap it shut. High risk of catastrophic failure, but if it works, the breach closes permanently. Option 2, controlled stabilization. We build technology to regulate the breach, turn it into a stable gateway with safety systems and access controls. Medium risk, but requires cooperation between our universes and ongoing maintenance. Option 3, We do nothing, wait for whoever opened the breach to close it themselves, and deal with whatever consequences they intended. Option 3 is unacceptable, Stark said immediately. I don't wait for other people to solve my problems, especially not cosmic entities with unclear motives. Option 1 is risky but fast. We could close the breach, get everyone home, and eliminate the security threat in one decisive action. But the consequences if it fails are universe-ending. Option 2 is slow but potentially sustainable. Turn the crisis into an opportunity, build infrastructure that benefits both realities, establish permanent connections that expand possibilities for everyone. Option 2 also requires trusting that both our societies can cooperate responsibly, Banner said. And given Earth's track record with international cooperation, weapons proliferation, and resource conflicts, I'm not confident we're ready for interdimensional governance. We barely manage planetary governance without regular disasters. Chen spoke up again, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone who had run extensive calculations. There's a fourth option that no one has mentioned. We could stabilize the breach temporarily, just long enough to get everyone safely back to their home universes, and then close it from both sides simultaneously. Coordinated closure reduces the risk of cascade failure because both dimensional membranes collapse inward at the same rate. We'd need to build identical shutdown mechanisms on each side, synchronize them perfectly, and execute the closure within microsecond precision. But theoretically, it's the safest way to eliminate the breach without catastrophic consequences. Data's golden eyes brightened with interest. A fascinating solution. The synchronization requirements would be formidable, but not impossible. However, it would require complete cooperation between our universes and absolute certainty that no one attempts to keep the breach open for their own purposes. Any deviation from perfect coordination could trigger exactly the cascade failure we're trying to avoid. Which brings us back to politics and trust, Picard said. Can your Earth government agree to close the breach permanently? Can they resist the temptation to keep it open for strategic advantage? Can they accept that some discoveries are too dangerous to exploit, regardless of potential benefits? Hill's expression suggested she already knew the answer, and it wasn't encouraging. Honestly? No. The moment we report back that dimensional travel is possible, every nation on Earth will want access. Russia, China, the US, private corporations, shadow organizations, everyone will see this as the ultimate strategic resource. They'll argue about oversight, demand access, try to control the gateway for their own purposes. And if we close it unilaterally without their consent, we create political chaos that could destabilize global security. Then we don't tell them, Stark said. We close the breach, destroy the technology, classify everything under the highest security protocols, and make sure the knowledge dies with us. No permanent gateway, no interdimensional commerce, no multiverse exploitation. Just a closed door that stays closed. You would suppress dimensional travel technology? Data asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Knowledge that could expand human understanding of reality itself? That seems inconsistent with your apparent enthusiasm for innovation and discovery. It's called learning from mistakes, Stark said tiredly. I released my arc reactor technology thinking it would solve energy problems and usher in a new era of clean power. Instead, terrorists and hostile governments weaponized it, people died, and I spent years trying to contain the consequences. I built Ultron thinking artificial intelligence could protect the world. Instead, I created an extinction-level threat that nearly wiped out humanity. So yeah, maybe I've learned that some technologies are too dangerous to release into the wild, even if they could do tremendous good in the right hands. Because there are never enough right hands, and there are always too many wrong ones. Picard studied Stark with something approaching respect. That is a remarkably mature position for someone who strikes me as naturally inclined toward pushing boundaries and challenging limitations. You're suggesting we collectively choose ignorance over knowledge because the risks outweigh the benefits. That goes against every principle of scientific exploration. Not ignorance. Restraint. There's a difference. Stark looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. Look, I love pushing boundaries. I love innovation, discovery, building things that shouldn't be possible. But I've also seen what happens when brilliant people build brilliant things without thinking about who'll misuse them. The dimensional breach technology works. It's reproducible. It's powerful. And in the wrong hands, in most hands, honestly, it's a weapon that makes nuclear bombs look like firecrackers. So maybe the responsible choice is to close the door, destroy the key, and accept that some frontiers should stay unexplored. Banner nodded slowly, the green tint fading from his eyes as he recognized genuine growth in his friend. That's actually wise, Tony. I'm impressed. And concerned, because if you're being the voice of caution and restraint, things must be really serious. They are, Picard confirmed. Which is why I propose we proceed with Chen's fourth option, coordinated closure from both sides, executed simultaneously to minimize risk. Mr. LaForge, can you design the necessary shutdown mechanisms? Give me 6 hours with data and access to your arc reactor technology, Geordi said, looking at Stark, and I can build devices that will collapse the breach safely. But we'll need perfect synchronization. Even a microsecond of deviation could trigger cascade failure. JRVS can handle synchronization, Stark said. He's designed for microsecond precision calculations across distributed systems. We'll build identical timers, set them to execute simultaneously, and close the breach from both sides at exactly the same moment. Clean, simple, effective. Assuming nothing goes wrong, Hill said. Which in my experience, something always does. Then we plan for contingencies, Riker said, his command presence asserting itself. Multiple backup systems, fail-safes, redundant triggers. Make it so robust that even if half the systems fail, the closure still executes successfully. Picard stood, his decision made with the finality of someone who had learned to trust his instincts even when they contradicted pure logic. Very well. Mr. LaForge, Mr. Data, work with Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner to design the closure mechanisms. Commander Hill, coordinate with Mr. Worf on security protocols to ensure no unauthorized vessels attempt transit while we're preparing. Commander Riker, you'll oversee the operation from the Enterprise. I'll contact Starfleet Command and brief them on the situation. We have 12 hours to build, test, and deploy the closure systems. Let's make certain we do this correctly, because we won't get a second chance. As the group dispersed to their assignments, Stark lingered near the observation windows, staring at the star field beyond. Banner joined him, standing in companionable silence for a moment before speaking. You okay? You've been through a lot in the past day, dimensional breach, space combat, medical crisis, and now planning to close the door to an entire universe. That's heavy even by Avengers standards. I'm fine, Stark said automatically. Then, more honestly, I'm tired, Bruce. Tired of making decisions that affect entire civilizations. Tired of being the guy who builds the weapons and then spends years trying to contain the damage. Tired of brilliant solutions that create terrible problems. I just want to get Pepper home safely, close this breach, and go back to designing repulsor upgrades and arguing with you about gamma radiation shielding. That sounds nice, Banner admitted. Simple. Manageable. Not particularly realistic given who we are, but nice to imagine. Yeah. Stark watched the stars drift past, thinking about alternate universes and roads not taken. Banner, do you ever wonder what choices our alternates made? If there's a version of me out there who never built the first Iron Man suit, never became a superhero, just stayed a weapons manufacturer making profitable death machines. Or a version of you who never got hit with gamma radiation, never became the Hulk, just stayed a physicist teaching at universities and publishing papers no one reads. Sometimes, Banner said quietly. And then I remember that even if those versions exist, they're not us. We are the sum of our choices, our mistakes, our attempts to fix what we broke. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all anyone can be, someone who tries to do better today than they did yesterday. Deep philosophy from the guy who turns into a giant green rage monster. The Hulk gives me plenty of time to think about self-improvement. Usually right after he's finished smashing something I'll have to apologize for later. Banner paused. Tony, whatever happens with this breach, whatever we have to do to close it safely, you know I've got your back, right? We're a team. The Avengers are a team. And we don't leave people behind, even in alternate universes. Stark's arc reactor pulsed steadily, a reminder of the technology that had saved his life and changed everything after. Thanks, Bruce. That means more than you know. In engineering, Geordi and Data were already deep in analysis, holographic schematics floating between them as they mapped energy patterns and calculated closure vectors. The dimensional breach hung in their displays like a wound in reality, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Fascinating, Data observed. The breach maintains stability through what appears to be active correction of quantum fluctuations. It's not simply held open, it's being constantly adjusted, regulated, managed. That level of precision suggests either extraordinarily sophisticated artificial intelligence or genuine omnipotent oversight. Either way, Geordi said, it means whoever opened this breach wanted it to stay open for a specific period. They're not just testing Stark. They're waiting for something. Question is, what? And will they let us close it when we're ready? The answer to that question would come sooner than anyone expected. Because in the darkness between realities, Q smiled. The test was proceeding beautifully. The players were learning, adapting, choosing restraint over ambition. But tests weren't complete until someone faced the real choice, the one that revealed what they truly valued when everything hung in the balance. Soon, very soon, Tony Stark would face that choice. And the multiverse would discover whether brilliance tempered by failure could produce genuine wisdom. Or just more spectacular disasters. 6 hours became 7, then 8, as the Joint Federation Earth engineering team worked through calculations that made conventional physics look simple. Geordi's visor tracked quantum fluctuations invisible to normal sight while Data processed terabytes of data per second, his positronic brain finding patterns in the dimensional membrane's behavior that organic minds would have missed. Stark contributed arc reactor technology and JRVS's computational architecture, while Banner provided expertise in quantum mechanics and reality manipulation that came from years of studying how gamma radiation bent the rules of conventional physics. The engineering deck had transformed into controlled chaos, Federation engineers working alongside SHIELD personnel, comparing notes on subspace mechanics versus dimensional breach theory, arguing about energy signatures and quantum entanglement protocols in technical jargon that made even the universal translator struggle. Chen had established a workspace in one corner, building miniature prototypes that failed spectacularly every 12 minutes with flashes of exotic particles and subspace distortions that made the structural integrity field shudder. The problem, Geordi explained for the fourth time, gesturing at a holographic representation of the breach, is that closing a dimensional rift isn't like shutting a door. It's like trying to seal a wound in spacetime while spacetime actively resists healing. The dimensional membrane wants to snap back to its natural state, but whatever's holding it open is applying constant corrective force. If we simply overpower that force, we get catastrophic recoil. If we withdraw it gradually, we get partial collapse and potential fragmentation. So we need to convince the membrane to close itself while simultaneously neutralizing the external force, Stark said, his armor retracted to minimal coverage so he could work more efficiently. His hands moved across holographic controls with practiced precision, adjusting energy curves and modulation frequencies. We're not fighting the breach. We're persuading it. Persuading reality, Banner muttered, running calculations on a PADD borrowed from the Enterprise. That's not ominous at all. But I think I see what you mean. We create a resonance pattern that matches the breach's natural frequency, then gradually shift that frequency toward closure. The external force maintaining stability would have to constantly adapt to compensate, and if we shift faster than it can adapt, it loses coherence and the breach collapses naturally. Data finished. An elegant solution. However, it requires precise knowledge of the breach's resonance characteristics and the ability to modulate energy output at frequencies we have not previously achieved. Lucky for us, I've got an arc reactor that can modulate energy at any frequency I tell it to, Stark said. And JRVS can calculate resonance patterns based on real-time feedback. We'll need your deflector dish as an amplifier, broadcast the resonance pattern at sufficient power to affect the entire breach simultaneously. The deflector dish is designed for navigational deflection and tactical applications, Geordi said slowly, his enhanced vision already running simulations. But theoretically, yes, we could reconfigure it to broadcast a dimensional resonance pattern. The power requirements would be substantial, and we'd be operating outside any safety protocols. If something goes wrong, we get cascade failure and potentially destroy both universes, Stark said bluntly. We've established that. But the alternative is leaving the breach open permanently, which eventually leads to the same outcome through slow-motion disaster instead of immediate catastrophe. At least this way, if we fail, it's quick. Your optimism is inspiring, Banner said dryly, though his expression suggested he agreed with the logic. How long to build and test the resonance generators? 4 hours for construction, data calculated. 2 hours for testing and calibration. 1 hour for final synchronization between our device and the shield vessel's duplicate system. That provides a total timeline of 7 hours before we can attempt closure. Hill appeared in engineering's doorway, her expression carrying news that no one would like. We have a complication. Starfleet Command just transmitted new orders to Captain Picard. They want the breach left open pending full investigation by Federation Science Council and diplomatic consultation with everyone. Vulcan Science Academy, Klingon High Command, Romulan Star Empire, Cardassian Union. Apparently news of an interdimensional gateway has spread faster than anyone anticipated, and now multiple governments want access before we close it. Absolutely not, Stark said immediately. We are not turning this into a political circus while reality hangs in the balance. Picard agreed to coordinated closure. That's what we're doing. Picard agreed before Starfleet Command got involved, Hill said. Now he's in his ready room arguing with admirals about whether closing the breach violates Federation principles of exploration and scientific advancement. Apparently there's a faction that believes dimensional travel represents the next frontier of human evolution and we have a moral obligation to preserve access. Geordi's visor dimmed slightly, a sign of his frustration. That faction doesn't understand what they're asking. Every minute the breach stays open increases the risk of dimensional contamination, reality bleed-through effects, and potential catastrophic collapse. We're not talking about exploring a new star system. We're talking about keeping a wound in space-time open because it might be useful someday. Picard agreed before Starfleet Command got involved, Hill said. Now he's in his ready room arguing with admirals about whether closing the breach violates Federation principles of exploration and scientific advancement. Apparently there's a faction that believes dimensional travel represents the next frontier of human evolution and we have a moral obligation to preserve access. Geordi's visor dimmed slightly, a sign of his frustration. That faction doesn't understand what they're asking. Every minute the breach stays open increases the risk of dimensional contamination, reality bleed-through effects, and potential catastrophic collapse. We're not talking about exploring a new star system. We're talking about keeping a wound in space-time open because it might be useful someday. Try explaining that to politicians who see interdimensional commerce and strategic advantage, Hill said. The Federation might value exploration and knowledge, but they're still a government. And governments make decisions based on political considerations, not just scientific ones. Stark's arc reactor flared brighter, stress manifesting as increased power output. Then we bypass the politicians. Build the resonance generators, synchronize the closure sequence, and execute before they can stop us. Ask forgiveness later rather than permission now. That would be mutiny, Data observed. Directly violating Starfleet Command orders. Captain Picard could be court-martialed. The Enterprise crew could face disciplinary action. And your relationship with Federation authorities would be irreparably damaged. I can live with that if it prevents interdimensional catastrophe, Stark said. Can Picard? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the engineering team processed implications. Banner set down his PADD carefully, the movement controlled in ways that suggested the Hulk was very close to the surface. Tony, I understand the impulse to take unilateral action. God knows we've done it before. But these people saved Pepper's life, helped us when they had no obligation to do so, and treated us as guests rather than threats. Betraying that trust by committing mutiny on their ship, using their resources to violate their government's direct orders, that's not just strategically questionable. It's morally wrong. Morally wrong is letting the breach stay open until something comes through that we can't fight, Stark countered. Morally wrong is allowing short-sighted politicians to gamble with the safety of multiple universes because they're too focused on potential benefits to see the guaranteed risks. Banner, you of all people should understand that sometimes the right choice means breaking rules that shouldn't exist in the first place. And you of all people should understand that breaking rules has consequences, Banner shot back, green tint intensifying around his eyes. Ultron. Sokovia. The Accords. Every time we decided we knew better than everyone else, every time we took unilateral action because we thought the ends justified the means, we created disasters that killed people and broke things that couldn't be fixed. So maybe, just maybe, we should try trusting the process this time. Work with Picard, convince Starfleet Command through persuasion rather than defiance, and find a solution that doesn't require burning bridges with the only allies we have in this universe. Stark opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. Because Banner wasn't wrong. Every major disaster in recent years had started with brilliant people making unilateral decisions based on incomplete information and absolute certainty that they were right. Tony himself had been ground zero for most of those disasters, and the scars, literal and metaphorical, proved that certainty wasn't the same as correctness. Damn it, Stark said quietly. When did you become the voice of reason? Somewhere around the third time the Hulk smashed something I had to rebuild, Banner said, the green tint fading slightly. Turns out being a living weapon of mass destruction teaches you humility faster than most educational experiences. Captain Picard is still arguing with Starfleet Command, Hill reported, checking her communicator. But he's losing ground. The Science Council is mobilizing a research fleet to study the breach. Political delegations are demanding access. And there are rumors that Section 31 wants to establish a permanent monitoring station to control who goes through and what technologies transfer between universes. Section 31. Stark's HUD immediately began scanning for references in his downloaded Federation databases. Who are they? Federation Black Ops, Hill said. Officially, they don't exist. Unofficially, they're a covert organization that handles threats through methods Starfleet won't officially acknowledge. Assassination, sabotage, preemptive strikes against potential enemies, all the dirty work that idealistic explorers don't want to admit is sometimes necessary. Data's expression showed what might have been android concern. If Section 31 has taken interest in a dimensional breach, the situation has become significantly more complicated. They operate outside normal oversight and have resources that even Starfleet Command cannot fully monitor. If they decide the breach should remain open for strategic purposes, they have the capability to prevent closure through covert intervention. Then we need to close it before they can act, Geordi said. Which means we need to finish these resonance generators faster than planned and convince Captain Picard that waiting for political consensus will lead to disaster. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Picard's voice came through the ship-wide comm system. All senior staff and visiting personnel to the observation lounge immediately. We have developments that require urgent discussion. The engineering team exchanged glances, each reading worry in the other's expressions. Developments. That word again, the harbinger of complications and cascading problems. Stark's armor sealed completely, HUD painting tactical assessments across his vision as they moved through the Enterprise corridors toward the observation lounge. When they arrived, the room was already crowded. Worf stood at tactical readiness, hand near his phaser. Riker looked grim. Troy's empathic senses were clearly working overtime, her face showing strain from absorbing everyone's emotional turbulence. And Picard stood at the view screen, staring at something that made his legendary composure crack just slightly. "Thank you for coming," Picard said. "We have a situation that changes everything we've planned. Mr. Data, please display the sensor readings." The holographic display activated, showing the dimensional breach in familiar detail. But now, something new appeared, multiple energy signatures emerging from the rift, vessels of varying designs beginning to materialize in Federation space. Human designs. Earth designs. Military configurations that Stark recognized immediately because he consulted on several of them. "Oh no," Hill breathed. "They mobilized the fleet. Your Earth has sent 7 vessels through the dimensional breach in the past hour," Data reported. Military configurations, heavily armed, broadcasting identification codes associated with various national governments. United States, Russia, China, United Kingdom, France, multiple nations have apparently learned of the breach's existence and decided to establish presence before it closes. Not just military vessels, Worf added, his Klingon instincts recognizing threat patterns. Some appear to be equipped for resource extraction, others for scientific research, and at least 2 are clearly designed for combat operations. They are not here for peaceful exploration. Stark's HUD zoomed in on the vessel configurations, his mind racing through implications. The dimensional breach had gone from secret to international incident, from controlled rescue mission to potential flashpoint for interdimensional conflict. And somewhere in the political calculus that led to this deployment, someone had decided that claiming territory in an alternate universe was worth the risk of destabilizing reality itself. "Jarvis, are any of those ships broadcasting on shield frequencies?" "Negative, boss. These appear to be national military deployments operating under separate command structures. SHIELD has been bypassed entirely, which suggests political decisions made at the highest governmental levels without consultation from intelligence agencies that might have advised caution. So politicians saw an opportunity and rushed through before anyone could stop them," Banner said. "That's exactly what we feared would happen." Picard turned from the view screen, his expression grave. "Starfleet Command has ordered me to establish diplomatic contact with these vessels and facilitate peaceful coexistence while the Federation Science Council determines long-term policy regarding the dimensional breach. I am also ordered to prevent closure of the breach until formal treaties are established between the Federation and your Earth's various governments." "That's insane," Stark said. "Every additional minute the breach stays open increases risk exponentially. And now we've got 7 armed vessels from nations that barely cooperate in our own universe, dumped into alternate reality space with unclear command structures and competing objectives. This isn't first contact. This is a powder keg waiting for ignition." "I agree with your assessment," Picard said quietly. "Which is why I intend to violate Starfleet Command's direct orders." The observation lounge fell silent. Riker's eyes widened fractionally. Worf's hand moved away from his phaser, recognizing that his captain had just committed to mutiny. Troy's empathic senses flared as she felt the weight of Picard's decision, the cost he was accepting to prevent catastrophe. "Captain," Riker said carefully, "if you violate direct orders from Starfleet Command, you'll be court-martialed. Your career will end. Everything you've built, every principle you've fought for, will be meaningless if I allow political considerations to prevent me from doing what's right," Picard interrupted. "I have spent my career in Starfleet learning to balance regulations with moral imperatives, diplomatic necessity with ethical responsibility. And I have learned that sometimes, rarely, but sometimes, the right choice requires breaking rules that should never have been written in the first place. Starfleet Command is making a mistake. The Federation Science Council is making a mistake. And I will not stand by while their mistakes create disasters that could destroy everything we've worked to build." Data tilted his head in that characteristic gesture of processing complex information. Captain, I feel compelled to point out that mutiny is a violation of Starfleet regulations that carry severe penalties, up to and including imprisonment. Your decision to proceed will affect the entire crew. Should we not allow them to voice their positions before committing to this course of action? A fair point, Mr. Data. Picard looked around the observation lounge, meeting each person's eyes in turn. I will not order anyone to violate their oaths or compromise their principles. If any member of this crew wishes to formally object to my decision, they may do so now. I will note their objection in the official record and ensure they face no disciplinary consequences for my actions. Worf stood straighter, his Klingon sense of honor engaged. Captain, I have served under your command for years. You have earned my loyalty through wisdom, courage, and unwavering commitment to doing what is right even when it is difficult. If you say the breach must close, then it must close. I will stand with you regardless of consequences. As will I, Geordi said. The engineering analysis is clear. Leaving the breach open invites catastrophic failure. Politics doesn't change physics. Count me in, Riker added. I didn't sign up for Starfleet to let politicians overrule common sense and scientific necessity. If we're going down doing the right thing. One by one, the Enterprise senior staff affirmed their support. Even Data, whose positronic brain should have defaulted to strict adherence to regulations, nodded his acceptance. Captain, while I cannot experience emotions as humans define them, I have learned that some choices transcend logical calculation. If you believe closure is necessary, I trust your judgment over distant authorities who lack complete information. Picard's expression softened slightly, pride in his crew evident despite the gravity of their situation. Thank you. All of you. Mr. Stark, Commander Hill, Dr. Banner, you are not bound by Starfleet regulations and have no obligation to participate in what amounts to mutiny against Federation authority. If you wish to distance yourselves from this decision, I will understand completely. Stark's faceplate retracted, revealing a grin that was equal parts reckless and determined. Captain, I've been committing technically illegal acts in service of the greater good since I was 19. Mutiny is just Tuesday for me. Besides, you saved Pepper's life. That earns you one get-out-of-consequences-free card, and I'm cashing it right now. The Avengers have violated international law, bypassed governmental authority, and operated outside official oversight more times than I can count, Banner added. Usually because Tony dragged us into something reckless. But this time, I actually agree with the reckless decision. So yeah, we're in. Hill's expression suggested she was mentally calculating career implications and political fallout, but her voice was steady. S.H.I.L.D.'s mandate is to protect Earth from threats too large for conventional forces to handle. Interdimensional catastrophe qualifies. I'm with you, Captain. Though I'll probably get fired for this when we get home. If we get home, Stark said. If this works, we all go home and deal with angry politicians and court-martials and possibly prison time. If it doesn't work, none of that matters because we'll be scattered across quantum foam or trapped in subspace ruptures or turned into exotic particles. So really, career consequences are the least of our worries. Your optimism continues to inspire, Picard said dryly. Very well. We proceed with coordinated breach closure, despite official orders to the contrary. Mr. LaForge, status on the resonance generators. 90% complete. We need 2 more hours for final calibration and synchronization. You have 1 hour, Picard said. The moment those Earth vessels realize what we're planning, they'll attempt to stop us, either through diplomatic protests or direct intervention. We need to execute closure before they can mount organized resistance. Captain, Worf said from Tactical, the lead Earth vessel is hailing us. United States Navy markings. They're requesting immediate communication with Tony Stark and Commander Hill. Stark's HUD identified the vessel configuration. That's the USS Valkyrie. Advanced combat frigate, experimental weapons systems, usually deployed for high-risk operations that require plausible deniability. Whoever they sent through wasn't taking chances. Should I respond? Worf asked. Not yet, Picard said. Let them wonder. Uncertainty creates hesitation, and we need every minute we can get. Mr. LaForge, take Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner back to engineering. Complete those resonance generators. Commander Hill, work with Mr. Data to program the synchronization sequences. The rest of you, prepare for potential combat operations. If those Earth vessels attempt to prevent closure by force, we will need to defend ourselves without causing casualties. Defending against 7 armed vessels while simultaneously executing a complex dimensional closure sequence, Riker said. That's ambitious even by our standards. Then it's fortunate we have experienced crew and allies who specialize in the impossible, Picard replied. Let's show them what humans can accomplish when we work together across universes. Dismissed. As the group dispersed to their final preparations, Troy lingered near Picard, her empathic senses reading layers of emotion beneath his composed exterior. Captain, you're carrying significant guilt about this decision. You believe you're betraying everything Starfleet stands for. Because I am, Counselor, Picard said quietly. Starfleet is built on principles of exploration, cooperation, and adherence to lawful authority. By violating direct orders, I'm undermining those principles. But I'm also honoring the deeper principle that makes those other principles meaningful, the commitment to preserve life and prevent catastrophic harm. Sometimes those values conflict, and when they do, we must choose which we value most. You're choosing wisely, Troy said. I can sense the crew's emotions, Captain. They trust you. They believe in your judgment. And they're willing to face consequences because they know you wouldn't make this decision lightly. That trust is a heavy burden, Picard acknowledged. If I'm wrong, if closure triggers cascade failure or if the political consequences prove worse than leaving the breach open, I will have betrayed everyone who followed me. And if you're right, you'll have saved multiple universes from slow-motion catastrophe, Troy countered. Leadership means accepting those burdens, Captain. You taught me that. Picard nodded slowly, drawing strength from her words. Then let's ensure we're right, Counselor. Because if we fail, there won't be anyone left to hold us accountable. In engineering, Stark and Banner worked with desperate efficiency, their hands moving in practiced coordination that came from years of collaboration. The resonance generators took shape under their fingers, sleek devices that married Federation technology with arc reactor innovations, capable of broadcasting dimensional frequencies that shouldn't exist according to either universe's physics. You know this is completely insane, Banner said, soldering connections with hands that remained steady despite the Hulk's proximity. We're building technology to close a wound in reality using principles we barely understand, operating on timelines that don't allow for proper testing, gambling that our calculations are correct because we won't get a second chance to fix mistakes. Yep, Stark said cheerfully, his armor's nanomachinery assisting with microscale construction that human fingers couldn't manage. That's pretty much every Tuesday for us. Remember when we built the time travel platform to recover the Infinity Stones? That was also completely insane, and it worked. Eventually. After several failures and at least one branched timeline we'll probably never fix. That really doesn't make me feel better. It shouldn't. But we do it anyway, because the alternative is worse. Stark paused, looking at the half-completed resonance generator. Banner, if this doesn't work, if we trigger cascade failure or something worse, I want you to know that I'm sorry. For Ultron, for Sokovia, for every time my brilliance created disasters you had to help clean up. You deserved better than being dragged into my messes. Banner stopped working, meeting Stark's eyes with an expression that mixed exasperation and genuine affection. Tony, shut up. We're partners. That means we share the messes, the triumphs, and the terrifying gambles with reality. You don't get to apologize for being who you are, and I don't get to pretend I'm not complicit in every reckless decision we've made together. So let's just build this thing, close the breach, and go home. We can do therapy and soul-searching after we've saved the multiverse. Deal, Stark said, grinning despite everything. JRVS, how's our timeline? 47 minutes until resonance generators are complete, boss. The Earth vessels are becoming more agitated. They're moving into defensive formations and powering weapons systems. Captain Picard is maintaining communication silence, but that strategy will only work for approximately 15 more minutes before they interpret silence as hostile intent. Then we work faster, Stark said. Because if we have to fight our way through 7 armed vessels to close the breach, things are going to get messy. And I'd really prefer to avoid starting an interdimensional war on my first day in an alternate universe. That would be a new record even for you, Banner agreed. They returned to work, hands moving with desperate precision, building technology that would either save everything or destroy it beyond recovery. And in the darkness between realities, Q watched with interest as the pieces moved toward their final configuration. The test was reaching its climax. Soon, very soon, Tony Stark would discover what price wisdom truly demanded. And the multiverse would hold its breath. The USS Valkyrie broke radio silence with the kind of aggressive transmission that suggested weapons were already locked on target. Enterprise, this is Admiral Marcus of United States Naval Space Command. We know you're harboring Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. We also know you're planning unauthorized closure of the dimensional breach. That breach represents a strategic asset of incalculable value to Earth's security and technological advancement. Any attempt to close it will be interpreted as an act of aggression against the United States and our allies. Stand down immediately and transfer Stark and Commander Hill to our custody for debriefing. Picard listened to this ultimatum with the calm of someone who had negotiated with Romulans, reasoned with Borg, and faced down Q himself. Admiral Marcus, this is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation starship Enterprise. I appreciate your concerns regarding the dimensional breach, but I must inform you that you are currently operating in Federation space, subject to Federation law and Starfleet jurisdiction. The breach represents an existential threat to multiple realities, and its closure is not negotiable. I strongly advise you to withdraw your vessels to a safe distance while we execute the necessary procedures. Captain, you don't seem to understand the situation. Marcus's voice carried the edge of someone accustomed to obedience and frustrated by its absence. We have 7 armed vessels equipped with experimental weapons systems designed to operate in hostile alien environments. Your ship, however impressive, is outnumbered and outgunned. If you attempt breach closure, we will stop you by whatever means necessary. That's not a threat. It's a statement of tactical reality. On the Enterprise bridge, Worf studied his tactical display with the focused intensity of a warrior calculating engagement parameters. Captain, the Earth vessels are moving into attack formation. Weapons systems are powering up, projectile cannons, directed energy weapons, and what appears to be experimental plasma technology. Their shields are primitive compared to ours, but their offensive capabilities are formidable. In a sustained engagement, we would prevail, but casualties on both sides would be significant. Casualties are unacceptable, Picard said firmly. These are humans from another universe, not enemy combatants. They're operating under orders from their governments, following protocols they believe are justified. We will not fire on them unless they fire first, and even then, we will use minimum necessary force. Riker moved to Picard's side, voice low enough that only the captain could hear. Sir, minimum force might not be enough. If they're serious about stopping us, they'll target our deflector dish, take out our ability to broadcast the resonance pattern. Once that's damaged, we can't close the breach even if we want to. And repairing it under fire would be impossible. Then we don't give them the opportunity, Picard said. Mr. Worf, tactical analysis. If we needed to disable those 7 vessels without destroying them, how would you recommend we proceed? Worf's tactical mind engaged, running combat scenarios with Klingon thoroughness. Their ships rely on conventional propulsion and relatively simple shield systems. A coordinated phaser barrage targeting their engines would disable maneuvering capability without breaching their hulls. However, executing 7 precision strikes while maintaining defensive posture and protecting our deflector dish would require simultaneous weapons discharge from multiple emitter arrays. The timing would be critical. Any delay allows them to adapt and return fire. How long to calculate firing solutions? 3 minutes, Captain. But once we fire, we are committed. There will be no diplomatic resolution after we disable their vessels. Understood. Picard moved to his command chair, the weight of impending violence settling on his shoulders like a familiar but unwelcome burden. Calculate your firing solutions, Mr. Worf. But hold fire until I give explicit authorization. We still have time for reason to prevail. In engineering, Stark and Banner completed the final resonance generator with 17 minutes to spare on their compressed timeline. The device hummed with barely contained power, arc reactor technology integrated with Federation deflector systems in ways that made both scientists slightly nervous about stability. Jarvis had synchronized with the Enterprise computer, preparing to broadcast the resonance pattern that would convince the dimensional breach to collapse naturally. Generator is ready, Geordi confirmed, his visor tracking quantum fluctuations invisible to normal sight. Energy output is stable, frequency modulation is calibrated, and the synchronization link with the Shield Odyssey's duplicate device is operational. We're as ready as we're going to be. Which is another way of saying we're gambling everything on untested technology built in 8 hours with no margin for error, Banner said, his green tint returning as stress mounted. I really hate when we do this. You love when we do this, Stark countered, though his own stress levels were spiking according to his armor's biometric readings. You just hate admitting you love it because that would mean accepting you're as reckless as I am. I am significantly less reckless than you. The Hulk is less reckless than you. Small children throwing rocks at hornets' nests are less reckless than you. And yet here you are, building impossible technology to close dimensional breaches while 7 warships prepare to blow us out of space. So maybe you're more like me than you want to admit. Before Banner could respond, Captain Picard's voice came through the comm system. Engineering, this is the captain. Status on resonance generators. Complete and ready for deployment, sir, Geordi reported. We can initiate the closure sequence on your command. Estimated time from initiation to full breach collapse is 7.3 minutes, assuming no interference. Interference is unfortunately guaranteed, Picard said. The Earth vessels are moving to attack positions. We may need to execute closure while under fire. Can the resonance generator function if the ship is taking damage? Stark and Geordi exchanged glances. The generator itself is in a reinforced section of engineering, Geordi said. It should survive anything short of a direct hit on this deck. But if our deflector dish takes damage, we lose the ability to broadcast the resonance pattern. And if our power systems are compromised, the generator won't have sufficient energy to affect the entire breach. Then we protect the deflector dish and maintain power at all costs, Picard said. Prepare for immediate execution of closure sequence. Stand by. The comm closed, leaving engineering in tense silence. Chen, who had been monitoring the Shield Odyssey's duplicate resonance generator, looked up with concern. Commander Hill reports that several Earth vessels are demanding the Odyssey stand down and transfer the generator to their custody. The Odyssey is refusing, but they're not equipped for sustained combat. If those warships decide to take the generator by force, they'll trigger exactly the kind of chaotic intervention that could cause cascade failure, Data finished. The breach closure requires perfect synchronization between both generators. If one is damaged or captured while the other initiates the sequence, the resulting asymmetric collapse could tear open multiple secondary breaches across both universes. So we need to execute closure before they can interfere, Stark said. Which means going to red alert right now and dealing with diplomatic consequences later. Captain Picard is still trying to avoid violence, but violence is coming whether he wants it or not. Those admirals see the breach as a strategic asset worth fighting for, and they're not going to back down just because we explain the physics. Perhaps we should explain the physics anyway, Data suggested. Humans often respond to logical argument when presented with complete information. If we broadcast a detailed analysis showing the mathematical certainty of dimensional catastrophe should the breach remain open, they might reconsider their position. Data, I appreciate your optimism about human rationality, Banner said, but politicians and military commanders don't make decisions based on scientific consensus. They make decisions based on strategic advantage, political pressure, and career calculations. Even if we prove the breach is dangerous, they'll argue the risk is acceptable compared to the potential benefits. That's how we got climate change, nuclear proliferation, and the decision to create Ultron. People see what they want to see and ignore inconvenient facts until disaster becomes unavoidable. Data tilted his head. That is a remarkably pessimistic assessment of human decision-making. That is a remarkably accurate assessment of human decision-making, Banner corrected. We're a species that consistently chooses short-term gain over long-term survival. It's our greatest weakness and, occasionally, our greatest strength. Right now, it's a weakness that's about to start a shooting war. On the bridge, Admiral Marcus's patience had evidently expired. Enterprise, this is your final warning. Stand down, transfer custody of the resonance generator and all related technology, and allow our science teams to establish research protocols for the dimensional breach. You have 3 minutes to comply. After that, we will interpret your silence as hostile intent and respond accordingly. Picard's hands gripped the armrests of his command chair, knuckles white with tension. 3 minutes. Not enough time to reach diplomatic resolution. Not enough time to contact Starfleet Command and request intervention that might not come anyway. Not enough time to find a solution that didn't involve violence against humans who were, in their own minds, defending their civilization's interests. Counselor Troy, Picard said quietly, can you sense Admiral Marcus's emotional state? Is he bluffing, or will he actually fire on us? Troy's dark eyes closed as she focused her empathic abilities across the distance separating ships. He's not bluffing, Captain. He believes the dimensional breach represents humanity's best chance at survival against future existential threats. He sees us as obstacles preventing Earth from claiming what he considers rightfully theirs. And he's willing to accept casualties, including his own crew, if it means securing the breach. Then he's a fool, Worf growled. The breach is not a resource to be claimed. It is a threat to be eliminated. A fool with 7 warships and authorization to use them, Riker added. Captain, we're out of time and options. We need to make a decision. Picard stood, straightening his uniform with the deliberate calm of someone accepting an unwelcome burden. Mr. Worf, execute your firing solutions. Disable their engines only, no casualties if avoidable. Engineering, initiate breach closure sequence the moment Mr. Worf fires. We're committed now. Let's make certain we succeed. Aye, Captain, Worf said, his fingers moving across tactical controls with deadly precision. 7 firing solutions locked into place, phaser emitters calculating trajectories and power settings that would disable without destroying. His hand hovered over the firing authorization, waiting for Picard's final command. Fire. The Enterprise's phaser arrays discharged in perfect coordination, 7 beams of directed energy crossing the distance between ships at light speed. The beams struck with surgical precision, engines glowing white-hot as their power systems overloaded, shield generators burning out under focused assault, propulsion systems shutting down into emergency protocols. In less than 3 seconds, 7 armed warships became 7 drifting hulls, life support intact but maneuvering capability eliminated. Admiral Marcus's furious voice erupted across all channels. Enterprise, you have fired on United States military vessels without provocation. This is an act of war. All remaining ships, return fire. Target there. His transmission cut off as the Valkyrie's communications array failed, another precise phaser strike from the Enterprise eliminating their ability to coordinate counterattack. The other Earth vessels attempted to respond, weapon systems swiveling toward the Enterprise, but their disabled engines left them unable to maneuver into firing positions. A few got shots off, projectile rounds that splashed harmlessly against the Enterprise's shields, plasma bursts that dissipated against superior defensive technology. Their weapons are ineffective against our shields at this range, Worf reported with what might have been satisfaction. All 7 vessels are disabled and drifting. No casualties detected. However, they are attempting to restore emergency power to engines. We have perhaps 5 minutes before they regain minimal maneuvering capability. 5 minutes is all we need, Picard said. Engineering, execute breach closure. Mr. Data, open a channel to the Shield Odyssey. They need to activate their generator in perfect synchronization with ours. In engineering, Stark stood beside the resonance generator, his armor systems interfacing directly with the device through connections that blurred the line between technology and operator. Jarvis, you ready for this? As ready as possible for broadcasting dimensional frequencies that violate several laws of physics, boss. I've synchronized with the Odyssey's AI and established quantum-entangled communication links for microsecond precision coordination. The moment we activate, both generators will begin broadcasting identical resonance patterns at a frequency that should convince the dimensional breach to collapse naturally. Should being the operative word. I love your confidence, Stark said. Geordi, you might want to stand back. If this goes wrong, the generator could explode, implode, or transform into exotic matter that defies conventional physics. None of those outcomes are survivable at close range. If this goes wrong, we're all dead regardless of where we're standing, Geordi said, not moving. I want to see this work. Or fail spectacularly. Either way, I'm watching. Your funeral, Stark said. Data, are we synchronized with the Odyssey? Affirmative, Data's voice came through the comm, both generators are operating at identical frequencies and power levels. Quantum entanglement between systems is stable. We are ready to initiate on Captain Picard's command. On the bridge, Picard looked at the view screen showing the dimensional breach, that wound in reality that had brought Tony Stark and Pepper Potts to this universe, that had created crisis and opportunity in equal measure, that now threatened to spiral into catastrophe if left unaddressed. Behind him, his crew worked with practiced efficiency. Around him, 7 disabled warships represented the price of doing what was necessary over what was authorized. Mr. Stark, Picard said, his voice carrying across channels to reach engineering, you once told me you would tear apart every obstacle between yourself and the person you love. Today, you've honored that commitment while also demonstrating wisdom about when restraint matters more than force. Whatever happens in the next few minutes, know that you have earned the Federation's respect. Execute breach closure. And Mr. Stark, good luck. Stark's arc reactor flared brighter as power fed into the resonance generator, his armor systems becoming one with the device in ways that made his HUD scream warnings about dangerous feedback loops and potential overload. Thanks, Captain. Jarvis, let's close a door between universes. Full power. Perfect synchronization. And try not to destroy everything in the process. I make no promises, boss. Activating in 3, 2, 1, mark. The resonance generators activated simultaneously, one aboard the Enterprise, one aboard the Shield Odyssey, both broadcasting identical patterns of dimensional frequency that rippled across spacetime like stones dropped in quantum foam. The dimensional breach responded immediately, its stabilizing energy patterns fighting to maintain coherence against the resonance that demanded collapse. On the bridge view screen, the breach began to shimmer and distort, its edges flickering as competing forces warred for dominance. The exotic particles that had held it stable since Stark's arrival started breaking down, their quantum states oscillating between existence and non-existence. The breach is responding, Data reported, his positronic brain processing terabytes of sensor data per second. Dimensional membrane is beginning to reassert natural elasticity. However, the external stabilizing force is adapting, increasing power output to compensate for the resonance pattern. We are engaged in what amounts to a tug-of-war with an entity whose power exceeds our capabilities by several orders of magnitude. Then we pull harder, Stark said through gritted teeth, his arc reactor burning at 97% capacity as it fed power to the generator. His armor's systems were screaming warnings about imminent overload, but he ignored them, pushing past safety limits because safe wouldn't close the breach. JRVS, increase output by 20%. Exceed rated capacity if necessary. Boss, exceeding capacity will likely damage the arc reactor permanently and could trigger containment failure. The resulting explosion would be approximately equivalent to a small nuclear device. Noted. Do it anyway. I really hate when you say that, JRVS muttered, but the power output increased, the resonance generator screaming with barely contained energy as it broadcast dimensional frequencies at levels that made the Enterprise's structural integrity field shudder. The dimensional breach flickered more violently, its shape distorting from a clean circular rift into something chaotic and unstable. The external force maintaining stability was losing ground, unable to adapt fast enough to counter the resonance pattern's increasing intensity. And then something shifted. The force holding the breach open stopped fighting. It simply let go. The dimensional membrane snapped back toward its natural state with catastrophic speed, the breach collapsing inward like a wound healing in fast motion. But the collapse wasn't clean, it was violent, chaotic, throwing off waves of exotic particles and subspace distortions that washed across every vessel in the area. Brace for impact. Worf shouted as sensor readings spiked into levels that shouldn't be possible. The wave hit. The Enterprise shuddered, every system straining against forces that bent spacetime into configurations never intended by designers. Lights flickered. Consoles sparked. Structural integrity fields screamed warnings as the ship's frame twisted under stresses that approached hull failure tolerances. In engineering, the resonance generator overloaded spectacularly, exotic particles erupting from its core in a fountain of impossible colors. Stark's armor absorbed the brunt of the explosion, arc reactor nearly burning out as it channeled energy away from his body and into containment fields that barely held. He was thrown backward, slamming into a bulkhead hard enough to dent the metal. Boss! JRVS's voice was distorted, corrupted by interference from the dimensional collapse. Arc reactor at 7% and failing. Life support is compromised. You need medical attention immediately. Did it work? Stark gasped, pain shooting through his ribs where armor had cracked under impact stress. Is the breach closed? Data's voice came through the failing comm system, clear despite the chaos. Affirmative, Mr. Stark. The dimensional breach has collapsed completely. Sensors detect no residual exotic particles, no quantum entanglement effects, no evidence of dimensional membrane damage. The door between universes is closed. Stark let his head fall back against the bulkhead, relief flooding through him even as his arc reactor sputtered toward failure. They'd done it. Against orders, against armed opposition, against an omnipotent entity's stabilizing force, they'd closed the breach. And survived. Mostly. Geordi, Stark said weakly, please tell me you've got spare arc reactor components lying around. Because mine just gave everything it had, and I'm down to emergency power. Another few minutes and I'm looking at total systems failure. We'll figure something out, Geordi said, his visor already analyzing the damaged arc reactor through Stark's armor's failing shields. Data, get a medical team down here. Mr. Stark has severe armor damage and possible internal injuries. And someone contact sickbay, make sure Dr. Crusher knows we're bringing her another patient. On the bridge, Picard surveyed the damage reports flowing across displays, minor hull breaches, secondary system failures, wounded crew members, but nothing catastrophic. They had survived. His crew had survived. And the dimensional breach was closed. But the cost would be high. Captain, Riker said quietly, Starfleet Command is hailing us. Admiral Nechayev. She sounds extremely displeased. I imagine she is, Picard said tiredly. Put her through, number one. Let's face the consequences of doing what was necessary. Admiral Alina Nechayev's face appeared on the view screen, her expression confirming that displeased was a generous description. Captain Picard, you have directly violated orders from Starfleet Command, fired on vessels from an alternate Earth without authorization, and unilaterally closed a dimensional breach that represented unprecedented opportunities for scientific advancement and diplomatic cooperation. I am ordering you to immediately report to Starbase 234 for formal court-martial proceedings. Your crew is to be confined to quarters pending investigation. And you are to surrender all records, technology, and information related to the dimensional breach and the individuals from the alternate reality. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Picard met her gaze steadily, accepting responsibility without apology. Yes, Admiral. I do. What I did was necessary to prevent catastrophic dimensional instability that could have destroyed multiple universes. I followed my conscience and my training as a Starfleet officer to protect life and preserve the safety of countless beings. I accept full responsibility for my actions and will face whatever consequences Starfleet deems appropriate. But I do not regret my choice, and I would make it again under the same circumstances. Nechayev's expression didn't soften, but something flickered in her eyes that might have been grudging respect. Very well, Captain. We will discuss your reasoning in detail at your court-martial. In the meantime, secure your vessel and prepare for transfer of command. Nechayev out. The view screen went dark, leaving the bridge in heavy silence. Well, Riker said eventually, that went better than I expected. She didn't order us to be shot on sight, Worf observed. That is something. Indeed, Picard said quietly, settling back into his command chair despite knowing it might be the last time he occupied it. Mr. Data, final status on the dimensional breach? Completely sealed, Captain. No residual effects detected. Both universes appear stable and separate. Mr. Stark and his companions should now be able to return to their reality through conventional means, assuming they can develop technology to navigate dimensional barriers without the breach as a transit point. Picard nodded slowly, exhaustion finally catching up with him. They had closed the breach. Saved the multiverse. And destroyed his career in the process. But some prices were worth paying. And somewhere in the darkness between realities, Q smiled with genuine pleasure. The test was complete. And for once, humans had passed with flying colors. Sick Bay had become a disaster triage center, medical personnel moving with controlled urgency between biobeds holding crew members injured during the dimensional collapse wave. Most were minor, plasma burns, impact trauma, neural shock from subspace feedback. But 2 beds were occupied by visitors from another universe who had pushed themselves beyond safe limits to prevent catastrophe. Dr. Crusher worked on Pepper Potts first, her medical tricorder showing quantum signature stabilization at 98%. The dimensional breach closure had actually helped. Without the active rift maintaining exotic particle contamination, Pepper's cellular structure had fully reasserted normal cohesion. She was still unconscious, but her vital signs were strong and improving steadily. She'll make a complete recovery, Crusher said, relief evident in her voice. No lasting damage from the dimensional breach exposure. Her regenerative cellular modifications actually accelerated the healing process. She should wake up within the next few hours. That's the best news I've heard all day, Stark said from the adjacent biobed, where Crusher's staff was carefully removing his damaged armor piece by piece. The arc reactor in his chest flickered weakly, power output barely sustaining life support functions. His ribs were cracked in 3 places, his left shoulder was dislocated, and his biometric reading suggested severe exhaustion and minor radiation exposure from the generator overload. You, on the other hand, are a mess, Crusher said, moving to examine him with clinical efficiency. Your arc reactor is operating at 7% capacity and showing signs of permanent damage. The quantum feedback from the resonance generator corrupted some of its internal components, specifically the palladium containment lattice and the power distribution network. I can stabilize you, but I can't repair technology one don't fully understand. You're going to need specialized components from your own universe to restore full functionality. 7% is enough to keep me alive, Stark said, wincing as Crusher realigned his shoulder with practiced efficiency. Jarvis, how long can we sustain on emergency power? Approximately 72 hours, boss, assuming minimal armor usage and no additional energy expenditure. After that, the arc reactor will fail completely and you'll experience rapid deterioration of cardiac function. The shrapnel near your heart, the reason you need the arc reactor in the first place, will begin migrating toward your aorta. Time to critical medical emergency, 3 days, give or take a few hours. 3 days, Stark repeated, processing implications. Which means we have 3 days to figure out how to get back to our universe without a dimensional breach to travel through. That's tight. Actually, Data said, entering sickbay with a PADD full of calculations, it may be more achievable than you think. The dimensional breach provided a pathway between universes, but it was not the only possible method of transit. During the closure sequence, JRVS and I analyzed the quantum entanglement patterns linking your universe to ours. Those patterns still exist, faint, but detectable. With sufficient power and proper calibration, you could use your armor's arc reactor technology to create a localized dimensional tunnel. Essentially, a personal breach stable enough for one-way transit. Stark's exhausted brain seized on the possibility, running calculations through damaged mental pathways. A localized breach. Small scale, targeted, using the quantum entanglement as a navigational beacon. That's actually brilliant, Data. But the power requirements would be enormous. My arc reactor at full capacity might manage it. My arc reactor at 7% definitely can't. Which is why we would provide the power, Geordi said, entering sickbay behind Data. His visor was dimmed to minimal intensity, suggesting he was as exhausted as everyone else. The Enterprise's warp core generates more than enough energy to open a localized dimensional breach. We route power through your arc reactor, use it as a focusing array to shape the breach according to the quantum entanglement patterns, and create a stable enough tunnel for you, Pepper, and Commander Hill's SHIELD personnel to transit back home. It's risky, but significantly less risky than leaving the main breach open. How risky are we talking? Banner asked from the doorway, his green tint finally fading after hours of sustained stress. Because I've had enough risk for 1 day. 1 week, actually. Maybe 1 lifetime. Approximately 37.3% chance of successful transit, Data calculated. 31.8% chance of failure resulting in dimensional scatter similar to Ms. Potts' initial experience. 20.4% chance of partial success with temporal displacement, you would arrive in your correct universe but at the wrong time period. And 10.5% chance of catastrophic failure resulting in total molecular dissolution. So roughly 1 in 3 chance we make it home safely, Stark said. 1 in 3 chance we get scattered across quantum space. 1 in 5 chance we arrive at the wrong time. And 1 in 10 chance we cease to exist. Those are terrible odds. They are significantly better than the odds were for closing the dimensional breach, Data pointed out. That operation had a 43.7% chance of catastrophic cascade failure. You accepted those odds to save multiple universes. These odds merely affect 3 individuals. 3 individuals I care about, Stark countered. When it was just me gambling with reality, fine. That's Tuesday. But asking Pepper and Hill to roll dice with their continued existence feels different. We've been rolling dice with our existence since the moment we followed you through the dimensional breach, Hill said, entering sickbay with the exhausted bearing of someone who had spent hours managing crisis communications with 7 disabled warships full of angry military personnel. Admiral Marcus is demanding we all be charged with treason, terrorism, and conspiracy against Earth's security interests. The other nations are filing formal protests through channels that don't technically exist yet. And SHIELD Director Fury has sent 17 increasingly creative threats about what he'll do to all of us if we don't return immediately with full explanations. So honestly, 1 in 3 odds of making it home safely sounds pretty good compared to staying here and dealing with the diplomatic nightmare we've created. Commander Hill makes an excellent point, Picard said, entering sickbay with Riker close behind. The captain looked like he'd aged 5 years in the past few hours, exhaustion and impending court-martial weighing heavily on his shoulders. The Earth vessels cannot remain here indefinitely. They're demanding transit home, but without the dimensional breach, they have no way to return. Which means we need to either help them build their own dimensional transit devices, spreading dangerous technology to multiple nations simultaneously, or find another solution. Send them home with us, Stark said immediately. We create one large enough breach for all the Earth vessels to transit through, coordinate the timing so everyone goes together, and close it permanently from our side. No technology transfer, no diplomatic complications, no ongoing interdimensional incidents. Clean break, both universes separate again, problem solved. Except the power requirements for a breach large enough to accommodate 7 warships would exceed the Enterprise's warped core output by orders of magnitude, Geordi said. We'd need to create some kind of massive energy amplification system, coordinate precise navigational vectors for each vessel, and maintain stability long enough for complete transit. The technical challenges are staggering. Then we get help, Banner said. The Odyssey is still here, still equipped with advanced quantum sensors and power generation. The disabled warships have power systems that could be routed through the breach generator. If we coordinate properly, pool resources from every vessel in the area, we might generate sufficient power for large-scale dimensional transit. Data's positronic brain processed the proposal at speeds that made human thought look glacial. Dr. Banner's suggestion has merit. Combined power output from the Enterprise, the Odyssey, and 7 military vessels would provide approximately 3.7 times the energy required for large-scale dimensional breach creation. However, coordination would be critical. Any deviation in timing or power distribution could result in catastrophic failure affecting all vessels simultaneously. Which brings us back to trust and cooperation, Picard said quietly. The same qualities that closed the original breach. Mr. Stark, do you believe Admiral Marcus and the other Earth commanders will cooperate with a plan that sends them home without claiming interdimensional territory or technology? Stark considered the question, weighing what he knew about military psychology and political calculation. Marcus wants the strategic advantage the breach represents, but he also wants to bring his people home alive. If we present him with binary choice, cooperate and everyone goes home safely, or refuse and everyone stays trapped here indefinitely, he'll choose survival over strategy. Military officers are trained to complete missions, but they're also trained to preserve their forces when missions become impossible. Right now, his mission is impossible. The breach is closed, he's outgunned by Federation vessels, and staying here creates diplomatic complications his government isn't prepared to handle. So yeah, I think he'll cooperate if we give him a face-saving way to accept reality. Then that is what we shall provide, Picard said. Commander Riker, coordinate with the disabled Earth vessels. Explain the situation, present our proposed solution, and make it clear that cooperation benefits everyone while stubbornness benefits no one. Appeal to their rationality and their desire to return home. Mr. Data, Mr. LaForge, work with Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner to design the large-scale dimensional transit system. I want redundant safety protocols, multiple backup systems, and contingency plans for every failure mode you can imagine. We will not risk lives unnecessarily, but we will also not leave these people stranded in a universe they don't belong in. What about your court-martial? Riker asked quietly. Starfleet Command ordered you to report to Starbase 234 immediately. If you delay to help the Earth vessels return home, you'll be adding insubordination to the charges already filed against you. Picard smiled, tired but genuine, the expression of someone who had already accepted consequences and found peace with his choices. Number 1, I have already violated direct orders from Starfleet Command to prevent interdimensional catastrophe. Adding one more instance of insubordination to my record seems almost trivial at this point. Besides, I took an oath to protect life and uphold Starfleet's principles. Those people from Earth came here because one of them was desperate to save someone he loved, and they followed out of loyalty and duty. They deserve to go home. And I intend to make certain they do, regardless of what Starfleet Command thinks about my timing. Riker grinned despite everything. Sir, you're either the bravest officer in Starfleet or the most reckless. I honestly can't tell which. Perhaps both, number one. Perhaps both. Picard turned to Stark, extending his hand in a human gesture of respect and partnership. Mr. Stark, you came to this universe under dire circumstances, adapted to unfamiliar territory with remarkable speed, and demonstrated the kind of wisdom that comes from learning hard lessons. It has been an honor to work with you, even under such trying conditions. Let us finish what we started, get you home, get these Earth vessels home, and close the door between universes in a way that preserves life and prevents future catastrophe. Stark took Picard's hand, his grip firm despite exhaustion and damaged armor. Captain, when I punched through that dimensional breach, I was terrified I'd end up somewhere hostile, where advanced technology met primitive ethics. Instead, I found someone who values life over power, who chooses principle over expedience, and who's willing to sacrifice everything to do what's right. Your universe is lucky to have you. And I hope mine learns something from your example. Your universe has you, Mr. Stark. That seems quite sufficient. They released hands, mutual respect acknowledged without need for further words. Around them, the combined Federation Earth team began assembling, engineers sharing technical specifications, tactical officers coordinating power distribution, medical personnel preparing for potential casualties during dimensional transit. Two universes worth of humanity working together toward a common goal that transcended politics, nationality, and the barriers between realities. 6 hours later, the large-scale dimensional transit device took shape through collaborative engineering that would have been impossible without the crisis forcing cooperation. The Enterprise provided the structural framework, a massive assembly connected to the deflector dish and warp core. The Odyssey contributed advanced quantum sensors and power amplification systems. The disabled warships routed their reactors through synchronization networks that allowed coordinated energy discharge. And at the center of it all, Tony Stark's arc reactor technology, adapted, enhanced, and integrated with systems from another universe, served as the focusing mechanism that would shape raw power into a stable dimensional breach large enough for 8 vessels to transit simultaneously. This is either the most impressive piece of collaborative engineering I've ever seen, Geordi said, studying the completed system with professional admiration, or the most terrifying improvised disaster waiting to happen. Possibly both. Definitely both, Chen agreed, checking calculations for the 17th time. We're routing enough power through this system to run a mid-sized city for a year, channeling it through quantum entanglement patterns that shouldn't exist, and gambling that our coordination is precise enough to prevent catastrophic feedback. If anything goes wrong, if timing deviates by more than 0.03 seconds, if power distribution becomes asymmetric, if the quantum entanglement destabilizes, we could trigger an explosion that vaporizes every vessel in the area. Or we could open a stable breach, send everyone home safely, and close it cleanly from both sides, Banner countered. Let's focus on that outcome instead of catastrophizing about failure modes we've already built redundancies to prevent. Dr. Banner is correct, Data said, reviewing the final checklist with positronic thoroughness. We have implemented 17 layers of safety protocols, 43 backup systems, and 89 failure mode contingencies. The probability of successful transit is now 62.4%, significantly better odds than many operations this crew has survived. That's supposed to be encouraging? Hill asked, though her expression suggested she'd already accepted the gamble. 62%. In Starfleet, those are excellent odds, Worf rumbled. I have engaged Borg cubes with worse probability of survival. We succeeded then. We will succeed now. In sickbay, Pepper Potts finally woke, her eyes fluttering open to unfamiliar surroundings and the gentle hum of Federation medical equipment. Dr. Crusher was at her side immediately, scanning with a medical tricorder and offering reassuring words about successful treatment and complete recovery. Where? Pepper's voice was hoarse, uncertain. Where am I? What happened? You're safe, Crusher said gently. You're aboard the Federation starship Enterprise. You were caught in a dimensional breach that transported you to our universe, but you've been successfully treated and you're going to be fine. Mr. Stark has been here almost constantly, waiting for you to wake up. Would you like me to contact him? Tony. Pepper's eyes cleared, memory returning in fragments. The breach. The quantum collapse. I thought I was dying, my molecules were scattering, everything was coming apart. Tony came after me. He actually punched through dimensional barriers to find me. He did more than that, Crusher said, unable to suppress a smile. He closed an interdimensional rift, violated direct orders from 2 different governments, and nearly destroyed his arc reactor, preventing cosmic catastrophe. All while refusing to leave your side unless absolutely necessary. You're quite fortunate to have someone so devoted. Devoted is one word for it, Pepper said, though her expression was fond despite the exasperation. Reckless, obsessive, and incapable of accepting limitations are other words. Is Tony okay? You said he nearly destroyed his arc reactor. He's functional but operating on minimal power. He'll need repairs from your universe to restore full capacity. But he'll survive the transit home, which we're preparing now. You should be able to leave in approximately 90 minutes. Leave. Pepper processed this, understanding dawning. We're going home. You found a way to send us back. We found a way, Crusher confirmed. Though I suspect Tony found most of it. That man's mind is remarkable, brilliant, adaptable, and apparently incapable of accepting impossible as a final answer. You should see the engineering systems he designed. They'll probably revolutionize Federation technology once we fully analyze the principles behind them. Before Pepper could respond, Stark appeared in the sickbay doorway, his armor retracted to minimal coverage, arc reactor glowing weakly in his chest. The moment he saw Pepper awake, relief washed across his face so visibly that even Crusher felt her throat tighten with empathy. Pepper. He moved to her bio bed, taking her hand with uncharacteristic gentleness. Thank God. I thought, when the breach collapsed and you were still unconscious, I thought maybe the quantum entanglement had done permanent damage, that you'd... Tony. Pepper squeezed his hand, cutting off the spiral of fear-driven speculation. I'm okay. You saved me. Again. Though I wish you'd develop a rescue method that doesn't involve violating the laws of physics and nearly killing yourself. I'll add that to my to-do list, Stark said, grinning despite exhaustion. Right after repair arc reactor and deal with angry governments that think we committed treason. Dr. Crusher says you're cleared for travel. We've got about an hour before the dimensional transit device is ready. We're sending all the Earth vessels home simultaneously, then closing the breach permanently from our side. One clean break, no ongoing complications. Except for the court-martial Captain Picard is facing because he helped us, Pepper said quietly. I heard the nurses talking. He violated direct orders, fired on Earth vessels, and closed a dimensional breach that his government wanted kept open for study. He sacrificed his career to prevent catastrophe. Yeah. Stark's expression darkened. I tried to offer testimony, explain the circumstances, argue that he was following scientific necessity over political expedience. Starfleet Command wasn't interested. They want someone to blame for the diplomatic mess, and Picard is convenient. It's not fair, but it's reality. Then we help him, Pepper said firmly, sitting up despite Crusher's protests about taking it slowly. Tony, you have footage of everything, the dimensional breach instability, the calculations proving catastrophe if it stayed open, Picard's attempts at diplomatic resolution before resorting to force. We present that evidence to Starfleet Command, explain what really happened, and make sure they understand he's a hero, not a criminal. I already tried. You tried while exhausted, injured, and operating through alien communication channels that probably didn't convey sincerity properly. Let me try. I spent years managing your public image and negotiating with hostile board members. I can handle one Starfleet admiral. Pepper swung her legs off the bio bed, accepting Crusher's steadying hand. Where's this Admiral Nechayev? And does this ship have anything resembling professional attire, or am I making diplomatic arguments in torn business casual? Despite everything, exhaustion, stress, impending dimensional transit, Stark laughed. That's my Pepper. Wakes up from quantum entanglement trauma and immediately starts planning diplomatic strategy. Crusher, can you replicate something appropriate for high-stakes negotiations with Federation brass? My fiancé has a starship captain to defend. Fiancé? Pepper raised an eyebrow. When did that become official? Somewhere around the moment I tore through dimensional barriers to find you. Figured that constituted sufficient commitment demonstration. Stark paused, suddenly uncertain. Unless you want a traditional proposal with a ring N. Tony. Pepper kissed him, cutting off the nervous rambling. Yes. Whenever you're ready to actually ask properly, the answer is yes. Now let's go save Captain Picard's career, go home, and maybe take a vacation somewhere that doesn't involve alternate universes or cosmic catastrophes. Deal, Stark said, relief and joy mixing in his chest where the damaged arc reactor pulsed steadily. Though I make no promises about the cosmic catastrophes. They seem to find me regardless of vacation planning. 40 minutes later, 8 vessels hung in formation near the Enterprise, 7 armed warships from Earth, 1 shield science vessel, all preparing for coordinated dimensional transit. The massive breach generator glowed with barely contained power, arc reactor technology channeling energy from multiple sources into quantum patterns that would tear a carefully controlled hole in reality. On the Enterprise bridge, Picard stood at the center of organized chaos as final preparations completed. Worf coordinated power distribution from tactical. Data ran synchronization protocols from science. Geordi monitored the breach generator from engineering. And through it all, Picard maintained the calm focus that had carried him through decades of impossible situations. All vessels report ready for transit, Worf announced. Power systems are synchronized. Navigation vectors are locked. We are prepared to initiate on your command, Captain. Mr. Stark, Picard said through the open comm channel, you and your people should board the Odyssey now. This is your chance to go home. Already aboard, Captain, Stark's voice came back. Pepper, Hill, Banner, Chen, and the rest of the SHIELD team are secured and ready. Just one thing before we go, thank you. For everything. For saving Pepper, for helping us close the breach, for choosing principle over expedience. Your universe is better for having you in it. And mine will remember what we learned here. The honor was ours, Mr. Stark. Safe travels. And please, try not to punch any more holes in reality. The multiverse has enough complications without interdimensional visitors becoming a regular occurrence. No promises, but I'll do my best. Stark paused. Live long and prosper, Captain Picard. That's the phrase, right? Close enough, Mr. Stark. Close enough. Picard took a breath, accepting the weight of this moment, the culmination of crisis, cooperation, and choices that would echo through time. All vessels, prepare for dimensional transit. Energize on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Mark. The breach generator activated with power that made spacetime scream. Reality tore open, not violently like Stark's original breach, but precisely, controlled, shaped by technology that married 2 universes worth of human ingenuity. The dimensional rift bloomed like a flower of impossible colors, its edges stable, its interior showing glimpses of another reality where Earth's ships belonged. Transit corridor is stable, data reported. Duration window, 47 seconds before dimensional stress exceeds safety parameters. All vessels, proceed, Picard commanded. The Earth warships moved first, their primitive engines pushing through the dimensional barrier with careful precision. One after another, they disappeared into the rift, returning home to a universe where their presence made sense, where their weapons and protocols and national allegiances fit into established frameworks. The Odyssey went last, Hill at the helm, Banner monitoring quantum stability, Stark holding Pepper close as they crossed the threshold between realities. For one moment, Tony Stark looked back through the dimensional breach, seeing the Enterprise framed against alien stars, seeing Picard standing on his bridge facing consequences for doing what was right. And then they were through. The breach collapsed behind them, space-time reasserting natural boundaries, sealing the door between universes with finality that felt both relieving and melancholy. On the Enterprise bridge, Picard watched the rift close, watched the exotic particles dissipate, watched sensors confirm complete separation of realities. "It's done," Riker said quietly. "The breach is closed. They're home." "Indeed, number one." Picard settled into his command chair one last time, knowing what came next. "Mr. Data, final sensor sweep. Confirm no residual dimensional contamination." "Confirmed, Captain. Both universes are stable and separate. No lasting effects detected. Then we have completed our mission successfully, regardless of what Starfleet Command believes." Picard stood, straightening his uniform with ritual formality. "Mr. Worf, open a channel to Admiral Nechayev. It's time to face the consequences of our actions. Number one, you have the bridge. Take us to Starbase 234. Let's see what judgment awaits." But before Worf could open the channel, something shifted. Reality flickered. And standing in the center of the Enterprise bridge, appearing from nowhere with the casual arrogance of omnipotence, Q manifested with a smile that was equal parts mischievous and genuinely pleased. "Well, well, well, Jean-Luc. That was quite the performance." The Enterprise bridge fell into immediate tactical alert, Worf's hand moving toward his phaser even though everyone present knew weapons were useless against Q. Picard, however, remained perfectly still, his expression transitioning from exhaustion to resigned annoyance in the space of a heartbeat. "Q, I should have known you were behind this." "Behind it? Behind it?" Q's voice carried theatrical offense as he materialized fully, dressed in Starfleet captain's uniform that was just different enough to mock Picard's authority. "Jean-Luc, I'm wounded. I didn't create that dimensional breach. Your armored friend did that all by himself with his charming combination of genius intellect and complete disregard for cosmic consequences. I merely observed. And occasionally stabilized things when they threatened to spiral completely out of control. You're welcome, by the way. You held the breach open," Picard said, understanding dawning like cold water. "The external force maintaining stability despite our attempts at closure. That was you. You could have closed it at any time, but you chose to let the crisis develop, let people suffer, let me violate direct orders and destroy my career, all for your amusement." "Amusement?" Q's expression shifted to something more serious, his omnipotent frivolity dropping away to reveal genuine interest beneath. "Jean-Luc, when will you learn that I am never merely amused? I test. I challenge. I push humanity to discover what you're truly capable of when comfortable certainty is stripped away. And today you passed spectacularly." He snapped his fingers, and the view screen shifted to display scenes from the past hours in rapid succession, Stark refusing to abandon Pepper, Picard extending help to a stranger despite regulations, Banner arguing for restraint over expedience, the combined Earth Federation team working together to close the breach, and finally Picard choosing principle over career preservation. "Look at what you accomplished," Q continued, gesturing at the images. "A man from another universe learned wisdom through failure and desperation. A Starfleet captain chose moral imperative over institutional loyalty. Two civilizations that should have been enemies cooperated to prevent catastrophe. And most importantly, most deliciously, you all chose restraint over power. You had access to interdimensional travel, to technologies that could revolutionize your societies, to strategic advantages that would alter the balance of galactic power. And you deliberately destroyed it. You chose safety over ambition. That, Jean-Luc, is evolution. Evolution bought with suffering, Picard said coldly. Ms. Potts nearly died from quantum entanglement. Mr. Stark's arc reactor is permanently damaged. My crew faces disciplinary action for following orders I gave under extreme duress. Those Earth vessels were stranded in an alternate universe, their crews terrified and confused. You call that a successful test? I call it needless cruelty. Do you? Q moved closer, his eyes boring into Picard's with intensity that transcended mere omnipotence. Tell me, Captain, if I had simply appeared and explained the dangers of dimensional travel, would Stark have listened? If I had warned Earth's governments about the catastrophic risks of exploitation, would they have restrained themselves? Or would they have done exactly what they always do, push boundaries until disaster becomes inevitable, then scramble for solutions while blaming everyone but themselves for the consequences? Picard wanted to argue, but honesty compelled him to acknowledge the truth in Q's words. Humans did push boundaries. They did ignore warnings. They learned best through experience, even painful experience. That doesn't justify using people as teaching tools, Picard said quietly. There must be better ways to encourage growth than through manufactured crisis. Better? Perhaps. But effective? Rarely. Q's expression softened slightly. Jean-Luc, I've watched humanity for millennia. I've seen you make the same mistakes in endless variations, brilliant innovations weaponized, good intentions twisted into disasters, warnings ignored until catastrophe becomes unavoidable. But I've also seen something remarkable. When pushed to the absolute limit, when facing impossible choices with no good options, humans occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, demonstrate wisdom that transcends your normal short-sighted selfishness. Today was one of those occasions. And I wanted you to know that I noticed. Your approval means less to me than you might think, Picard said, though his tone lacked the usual edge of confrontation. He was too tired, too aware of impending consequences, too focused on what came next to engage in philosophical sparring with an omnipotent being who had orchestrated his professional destruction. Q studied him for a long moment, then snapped his fingers again. The view screen changed, now showing Admiral Nechayev in her office at Starfleet Command, reviewing reports with an expression that mixed anger with grudging respect. She's about to file formal court-martial charges against you, Q said conversationally. 3 counts of insubordination, 1 count of unauthorized weapons discharge, and 7 counts of diplomatic incident creation. If convicted, you're looking at dismissal from Starfleet, possible imprisonment, and permanent damage to Earth's relationship with the Federation Council. Your career ends not with glory or peaceful retirement, but with disgrace and consequences that ripple across the entire Federation. I'm aware, Picard said. I accepted those consequences when I made my decision. If Starfleet believes regulations matter more than preventing universal catastrophe, then perhaps I no longer belong in Starfleet. Oh, Jean-Luc. Q smiled, genuine, warm, almost affectionate. This is why you're my favorite. Always so willing to sacrifice everything for principle. It's adorable. And completely unnecessary. He snapped his fingers a third time. On the view screen, Admiral Nechayev's expression changed. Her eyes widened as she reviewed something new, data that hadn't existed moments before, appearing in her reports as though it had always been there. Detailed technical analysis of dimensional breach instability. Calculations proving catastrophic cascade failure was imminent. Projections showing that Picard's actions prevented extinction-level events across multiple universes. What did you do? Picard demanded. I provided evidence, Q said innocently. Complete, irrefutable, scientifically rigorous evidence that your decision to close the breach was not only justified but absolutely necessary. The kind of evidence that even Federation bureaucrats and military tribunals cannot ignore without looking criminally negligent. Nechayev is currently realizing that court-martialing you would require her to argue that preventing universal catastrophe violated proper procedure. And while Starfleet has many flaws, even they aren't quite that stupid. Picard stared at the view screen, watching Nechayev's expression transition from anger to concern to grudging acceptance. She was reading the evidence, understanding implications, recognizing that Picard had been right all along. "You're intervening," Picard said slowly. "Directly. Using your power to manipulate evidence and influence Federation justice. That's exactly the kind of interference you claim to avoid." "I'm correcting an injustice," Q countered. "There's a difference. You made the right choice for the right reasons. Allowing you to be punished for that would send exactly the wrong message to humanity, that following regulations matters more than preventing catastrophe, that institutional loyalty supersedes moral imperative. I won't permit that lesson to stand. Consider it my gift for passing the test." "I don't want your gifts," Picard said, though his protest lacked conviction. He was too relieved, too aware that Q's intervention had saved not just his career but his crew's futures as well. "Too bad," Q said cheerfully. "You have it anyway. Besides, I didn't do this for you alone. I did it for Stark, for Banner, for all those humans in both universes who need to see that sometimes doing the right thing does work out. They've had enough lessons about consequences and sacrifice. Time for a lesson about reward and validation." He moved toward Picard, dropping his voice to something approaching genuine seriousness. "Jean-Luc, I test you because I believe in humanity's potential. But that means I also celebrate when you succeed. Today, you demonstrated wisdom, restraint, and courage. You earned this intervention. Accept it gracefully." Picard studied Q's face, searching for deception or hidden agenda. But for once, the omnipotent being seemed entirely sincere, genuinely pleased by humanity's choices, genuinely invested in ensuring those choices were rewarded rather than punished. "Thank you," Picard said finally. "I still believe your methods are needlessly cruel and your interventions are ethically questionable. But I appreciate what you've done for my crew." "High praise indeed from Jean-Luc Picard," Q said, mock bowing. "I shall treasure it always. Now, shall we discuss your new orders?" "New orders?" Q snapped his fingers one final time, and a data PADD materialized in Picard's hands. Official Starfleet Command letterhead, Admiral Nechayev's signature, orders marked, Priority Alpha. Picard read quickly, his eyebrows rising with each paragraph. "This is, they're commending me for exceptional leadership under unprecedented circumstances. They're citing my decision to close the breach as an example of prioritizing Federation safety over political expediency. They're recommending me for the Starfleet Medal of Honor." "They're learning," Q said, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Slowly, painfully, with many setbacks and occasional catastrophic failures, but they're learning. Your species might actually survive to see true cosmic citizenship. Perhaps in another millennium or two. Maybe 3, depending on how many more Iron Men you produce." "Speaking of Stark," Riker said cautiously, "did he make it home safely? The dimensional transit worked?" "Oh, yes. Though their arrival caused quite the stir." Q waved his hand, and the view screen shifted to show Tony Stark emerging from the Odyssey in an Earth landing facility, surrounded by SHIELD agents, military personnel, and what appeared to be several very angry government officials. He's currently explaining to Director Fury why he violated 17 international treaties, created an interdimensional incident, and returned with 7 warships full of equally confused personnel who all have different stories about what happened. It's delightfully chaotic. I may observe for entertainment value later. Will he be all right? Troy asked, her empathic concern extending across dimensional boundaries to the man who had briefly become part of their crew. Stark. Q laughed. Oh, he'll be fine. Slap on the wrist, some international posturing, maybe a few committee hearings where politicians pretend to understand quantum mechanics. But ultimately, he saved his fiancée, closed a dimensional breach, and learned valuable lessons about restraint and cooperation. His universe is better for having him back, even if his government doesn't fully appreciate it yet. Plus, he kept detailed records of Federation technology. Give him 6 months and he'll have reverse-engineered half your deflector systems. The man is insufferably brilliant. You admire him, Data observed, tilting his head with android curiosity. Despite his recklessness and disregard for consequences, you admire his willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect those he loves. I admire anyone who pushes boundaries while occasionally learning from their mistakes, Q said. Stark has potential. So do you, Picard. So does your entire species, when you're not busy destroying yourselves through short-sighted stupidity. That's why I test you. That's why I intervene when tests succeed. Because every so often, humanity surprises me. And I've been alive for eons, surprises are rare and precious. He began to fade, omnipotence reasserting itself as he prepared to return to whatever dimension Q continuum occupied when not tormenting starship captains. But before disappearing completely, he paused, looking directly at Picard with an expression that might have been respect. Jean-Luc, one final thought. You told Stark that some frontiers should remain unexplored, that some knowledge is too dangerous to pursue. That represents genuine wisdom, the kind that only comes from hard experience and painful mistakes. Hold on to that wisdom. Teach it to others. Because your species is about to enter an era where technological capability outpaces ethical understanding, where you can do things before asking whether you should. You'll need leaders who understand restraint. You'll need captains who choose principle over power. You'll need Jean-Luc Picard. Flattery from Q, Picard said dryly. That's almost more frightening than your usual tests. It should be, Q agreed, grinning. Because it means I have high expectations for your next crisis. And trust me, Jean-Luc, there's always a next crisis. He winked, and vanished with a flash of white light that left the bridge crew blinking spots from their vision. Silence descended on the bridge, everyone processing what had just occurred. Q had appeared, explained his involvement, intervened to prevent Picard's court-martial, and departed with cryptic warnings about future challenges. It was, by Q's standards, a relatively benign encounter. Well, Riker said eventually, that was, educational. Indeed, Picard agreed, settling back into his command chair with the data PADD still in his hands. New orders. Commendations instead of court-martial. His career preserved, his crew protected, his choices validated. He should feel relieved. Instead, he felt vaguely uneasy, as though accepting Q's intervention came with debts that would eventually come due. Captain, Worf said from Tactical, Admiral Nechayev is hailing us again. She appears significantly less angry than before. I imagine she is, Picard said. Put her through, Mr. Worf. Nechayev's face appeared on the view screen, her expression carefully neutral but carrying hints of grudging respect. Captain Picard, I've been reviewing new evidence regarding the dimensional breach incident. Technical analysis that was apparently overlooked in initial reports. It appears your assessment of imminent catastrophic failure was not only correct but conservative. The breach was minutes away from cascade collapse that would have destroyed multiple star systems. Your decision to close it, while technically insubordinate, was absolutely necessary. Thank you, Admiral, Picard said carefully. Though I must admit, I'm surprised by the sudden availability of evidence that supports my position. As am I, Captain. As am I. Nechayev's tone suggested she knew exactly where that evidence came from and had decided not to question omnipotent interventions too closely. Nevertheless, the evidence is conclusive. I'm withdrawing all charges and issuing formal commendations for you and your crew. Starfleet Command recognizes that sometimes officers must make difficult decisions that transcend normal operational parameters. You demonstrated exceptional judgment under unprecedented circumstances. Well done, Captain. I appreciate the recognition, Admiral. Though I would note that my crew deserves equal credit. They followed orders that could have destroyed their careers, trusted my judgment without complete information, and executed complex operations under extreme pressure. They are the true heroes of this incident. Noted. Their commendations will reflect their contributions. Nechayev paused, her expression softening fractionally. Captain, off the record, I'm glad you did what you did. The political complications were significant, but preventing universal catastrophe takes precedence over diplomatic convenience. You made the right choice. Don't make me regret supporting it by doing something similarly reckless in the immediate future. I make no promises, Admiral, but I'll certainly try. Picard smiled slightly. We are explorers, after all. Recklessness occasionally comes with the territory. Unfortunately true. Nechayev out. The view screen returned to Star Field, leaving the bridge crew to process their unexpected reprieve. No court-martial. No dismissal from Starfleet. No consequences beyond minor diplomatic friction that would fade with time. We got away with mutiny, Geordi said, disbelief evident in his voice. We violated direct orders, fired on vessels from another universe, and closed a dimensional breach against explicit commands from Starfleet Command. And we're getting medals instead of prison time. That's actually kind of terrifying. It suggests Q's interference was more extensive than he admitted, Data observed. The probability of Starfleet Command reversing their position so completely without external influence is approximately 0.003%. Q did not merely provide evidence. He altered the entire political and institutional response to our actions. Then we are in his debt, Picard said quietly. Which means he will eventually collect payment in the form of future tests, challenges, or interventions that serve his inscrutable purposes. We have been given a gift, but gifts from Q always come with hidden costs. Should we be concerned? Troy asked, her empathic senses detecting Picard's unease despite his outward calm. Always, counselor. With Q, concern is the only rational response. Picard stood, moving to the view screen to stare at the space where the dimensional breach had existed. But we cannot live in constant fear of what Q might do next. We can only continue our mission, explore, learn, grow, and hope that when the next test comes, we prove worthy of the challenges he presents. Very philosophical, Captain, Riker said. But right now, I think what the crew needs most is rest, repair time, and maybe a shore leave that doesn't involve dimensional breaches or omnipotent beings testing humanity's potential. Agreed, number one. Picard turned from the view screen, his command presence reasserting itself. Set course for the nearest starbase. We'll undergo repairs, submit reports that somehow explain what happened without sounding completely insane, and take well-deserved leave. But first, he moved to the ship-wide comm controls. All hands, this is the captain. The dimensional breach has been successfully closed. Our guests have returned safely to their universe. And despite initial concerns, Starfleet Command has recognized our actions as necessary and commendable. You have all performed extraordinarily under unprecedented circumstances. Thank you for your trust, your professionalism, and your unwavering commitment to doing what was right rather than what was easy. Picard out. Across the Enterprise, exhausted crew members absorbed the news with relief that bordered on disbelief. They had survived. They had succeeded. And somehow, against all probability, they had avoided the consequences that should have destroyed their careers. In his quarters, Geordi LaForge reviewed technical specifications that Tony Stark had left behind, not complete designs, but enough hints and principles to revolutionize Federation technology over the next decade. Arc reactor theory. Repulsor field dynamics. AI architecture that bridged the gap between organic thought and machine processing. It was a treasure trove of innovation, freely given in gratitude for help rendered. That man was terrifying, Geordi said to himself, though his expression suggested admiration rather than fear. Brilliant, reckless, and completely unwilling to accept limitations. I hope his universe appreciates what they have in him. In her quarters, Counselor Troi reflected on the emotional complexity she'd sensed from both Tony Stark and Captain Picard, two leaders from different universes who shared fundamental similarities. Both were willing to sacrifice everything for principles. Both carried scars from past mistakes. Both demonstrated wisdom that came not from avoiding failure but from learning through it. They were more alike than either would admit, Troi said to herself, smiling at the memory of their interactions. Perhaps that's why they understood each other so well. And in his ready room, Captain Jean-Luc Picard sat alone with a cup of Earl Grey tea, processing everything that had occurred. A man from another universe had arrived desperate and afraid, seeking help to save someone he loved. And in the process of providing that help, Picard had violated orders, committed mutiny, and faced consequences that should have destroyed everything he'd built. But he would do it again. Without hesitation. Because some choices transcended regulations and institutional loyalty. Because sometimes doing the right thing meant accepting catastrophic personal consequences. Because leadership meant carrying burdens that no manual or regulation could prepare you for. And because in the end, what mattered most wasn't following orders or preserving careers, it was protecting life, preventing catastrophe, and demonstrating through action that principles meant something even when they cost everything. Picard sipped his tea, allowing himself a moment of satisfaction despite lingering unease about Q's involvement. They had done well. Humanity had done well. Both versions of it, working together across impossible barriers. And if Q was right, if this represented evolutionary progress towards something greater, then perhaps the suffering and risk had been worth it after all. Perhaps. 3 weeks after the dimensional breach closed, Tony Stark stood in his Malibu workshop, the newly repaired Mark 85 armor displayed on the diagnostic platform while JRVIS ran final systems checks. The arc reactor in his chest glowed steadily at 94% capacity, not quite full restoration, but close enough that he no longer felt like he was operating on borrowed time. The repairs had required fabricating entirely new palladium containment lattices based on principles he'd learned from studying Federation antimatter containment systems. Turns out having your technology nearly destroyed by dimensional feedback taught valuable lessons about power distribution and quantum stability. Boss, all systems are operational, JRVAS reported. Arc reactor is stable, repulsor efficiency is at 97% of baseline, and I've integrated several modifications inspired by Enterprise deflector shield technology. The armor is now approximately 32% more effective at managing exotic energy signatures and dimensional anomalies. Should you decide to punch through reality again, we're better prepared. Let's not make that a regular occurrence, Stark said, though he was studying the holographic displays showing the modifications with professional interest. What about the data we brought back? Federation technical specifications, subspace mechanics, warp field theory. Safely archived and encrypted. I've been analyzing their approach to faster-than-light travel. Their warp drive technology is fundamentally different from anything we've attempted. They're bending spacetime rather than trying to exceed light speed through conventional acceleration. With sufficient resources and approximately 7 to 9 years of focused research, we could theoretically develop similar capabilities for Earth vessels. 7 to 9 years, Stark repeated. That's faster than I expected. But it also means we're sitting on technology that could revolutionize space travel, energy generation, and defensive systems. Which brings us to the question Director Fury has been very politely, and by politely, I mean threateningly, asking for 3 weeks, what do we do with this information? The workshop doors opened, and Nick Fury entered with the purposeful stride of someone who had already made up his mind and was merely granting Stark the courtesy of pretending he had input. Pepper followed close behind, her expression mixing exasperation with fondness, the look she'd perfected over years of managing Tony's various crises. Stark, we need to make a decision, Fury said without preamble. The dimensional breach incident is contained for now, official story is classified weapons test gone wrong, minimal details released, all personnel involved sworn to secrecy under national security protocols. But we have 7 ships full of military personnel who saw Federation technology firsthand, plus SHIELD personnel who work directly with their engineering systems. That information is going to leak eventually. And when it does, every government on Earth is going to demand access to what we learned. Which is why we destroy it, Pepper said firmly, her voice carrying the kind of certainty that came from nearly dying in a quantum collapse. Tony, I know you love technological advancement and pushing boundaries. But we both saw what happened when that dimensional breach stayed open for too long. Governments saw strategic advantage instead of existential risk. If we release Federation technology, the same thing happens. Arms race, militarization, nations competing to develop weapons based on principles they don't fully understand. It ends badly. Pepper's right, Fury said, surprising everyone by agreeing. And I don't say that lightly. SHIELD's mandate is to protect Earth from threats we can't conventionally fight. Advanced technology gives us that capability. But I've also spent 30 years watching brilliant innovations get weaponized, seeing good intentions twisted into disasters. The Federation technology represents a quantum leap forward, pun intended. But it also represents a quantum leap in potential for catastrophic misuse. Stark looked between them, then at the holographic displays showing years of potential research, revolutionary discoveries, technological advancement that could solve energy crises and enable true space exploration. Everything he built his career on, innovation, pushing limits, refusing to accept that anything was impossible. And he thought about Captain Picard, standing on his bridge facing court-martial for choosing principle over expedience. About Data's curiosity tempered by ethical consideration. About Geordi's enthusiasm balanced by responsibility. About an entire civilization that had developed incredible technology while maintaining values that prevented its worst misuse. JRVS, Stark said quietly, delete everything. All Federation technical specifications, all research data, all sensor recordings from the Enterprise systems. Purge the archives and destroy the encryption keys. Make it like we never had access in the first place. Boss, are you certain? This represents decades of potential advancement. We could. I'm certain. Delete it. Now. There was silence for 3.7 seconds as JRVAS processed this unprecedented command. Then, with what might have been digital resignation, deletion in progress. All Federation technical data will be irretrievably destroyed in approximately 90 seconds. Fury studied Stark with an expression that mixed surprise and respect. You're actually doing it. Tony Stark, the man who never met a boundary he wouldn't cross or a rule he wouldn't break, is voluntarily destroying technology that could revolutionize human civilization. I'm impressed. And deeply suspicious about what you're keeping hidden. I'm not keeping anything hidden, Stark said, though his tone suggested that wasn't entirely true. I'm learning from mistakes. Ultron happened because I thought I could control artificial intelligence without considering what control really meant. The Sokovia Accords happened because I thought I could manage consequences through regulation and oversight. The dimensional breach happened because I thought I could manipulate quantum mechanics without fully understanding the risks. I've spent my entire career being the smartest guy in the room and assuming that meant I knew what was best for everyone. And I've been catastrophically wrong enough times to recognize that pattern. So yeah, I'm destroying the Federation data. Not because I don't think humanity could benefit from it eventually, but because right now, we're not ready. We're still too eager to weaponize, too quick to exploit, too short-sighted to manage technology that powerful responsibly. That's remarkably mature of you, Pepper said, moving to his side and taking his hand. I'm proud of you. This must be killing you, voluntarily giving up knowledge that could solve problems you've been working on for years. It is killing me, Stark admitted. Every instinct is screaming that this is wrong, that I'm setting back human progress, that I'm betraying the entire principle of scientific advancement. But I keep thinking about what Picard said, that some discoveries are too dangerous to exploit regardless of potential benefits. And I think about what Banner said, that we consistently choose short-term gain over long-term survival. And I realize that if I release this technology, I'm just creating another Ultron situation. Another disaster that kills people because I was too brilliant and too arrogant to see the consequences until bodies started piling up. Jarvis's voice interrupted. Deletion complete. All Federation technical data has been irretrievably purged from all systems. The only remaining records are personal logs and non-technical observations, insufficient for technological reconstruction. Good, Stark said, though his expression suggested the word tasted bitter. Fury, you're going to need to ensure the military personnel from those 7 ships are thoroughly debriefed and reminded that discussing classified information carries severe penalties. Emphasize national security, ongoing threats, the usual intimidation tactics. Make it clear that Federation technology is off-limits for development or research. Already done, Fury said. Though I'm going to have a hell of a time explaining to various world governments why we're not pursuing technological advantages that could give us strategic superiority. They're going to accuse me of incompetence or treason. Possibly both. Tell them the truth, Pepper suggested. Tell them that the Federation operates on principles that took them centuries to develop, principles about when technology should be shared, when civilizations are ready for certain capabilities, when the risks outweigh the benefits. Tell them that Earth isn't ready yet. And if they don't like that assessment, remind them that the last time we rushed ahead with experimental technology, we nearly destroyed multiple universes. That'll go over well, Fury said dryly. But it's the best option available. Stark, one more question, what about the Avengers? Banner knows what you saw. The others will ask questions. How much do you tell them? Stark considered this carefully. The Avengers were his team, his family in ways that transcended conventional relationships. They deserved honesty. But they also deserved protection from knowledge that might tempt them toward dangerous choices. I tell them the truth, that we encountered an advanced civilization, learned that humanity has potential but also serious limitations, and made the choice to close the door rather than exploit the opportunity. I tell them that Captain Picard demonstrated what leadership looks like when you have to choose between career and conscience. And I tell them that sometimes the right choice is restraint over action, patience over immediate results. They'll understand. And if they don't, Banner will back me up. He was there. He saw the same things I did. Speaking of Banner, Fury said, he submitted a formal proposal to SHIELD Science Division. Wants to establish an ethics review board for experimental technology, mandatory peer review, impact assessment, risk analysis before any advanced research proceeds to development phase. Says he's tired of brilliant people creating disasters because no one asked whether they should build something before asking if they could. I'm inclined to approve it. You should, Stark said. Banner's right. We need oversight. Real oversight, not rubber stamp committees that approve everything because they're intimidated by scientists who use complicated words. People who will actually push back, ask hard questions, force researchers to think through consequences before consequences become catastrophes. Fury nodded slowly, processing this unexpected alignment. All right. I'll implement it. But Stark, understand what this means, you'll be subject to that oversight too. Your workshop, your experiments, your armor developments, all of it goes through ethics review before deployment. You willing to accept that kind of limitation on your freedom to innovate? Stark looked at the arc reactor in his chest, feeling its steady pulse, a reminder of the technology that had saved his life and the consequences that had nearly destroyed it. He thought about Ultron, about Sokovia, about Pepper's face when she'd woken up in Federation sickbay after nearly dissolving into quantum foam. He thought about all the brilliant ideas he pursued without considering costs until people started dying. Yes, he said. I'm willing. Because the alternative is continuing to operate the way I always have, moving fast, breaking things, assuming I'm smart enough to fix whatever I break before it kills someone. And that approach has a body count I'm tired of adding to. So yeah, ethics review. Oversight. Accountability. All the things I've spent my career avoiding because they slowed me down. If it prevents one more Ultron situation, it's worth the frustration. Pepper squeezed his hand, pride evident in her expression. You're growing up, Tony Stark. Only took near-death experiences across multiple universes to get here. Better late than never, Stark said, grinning despite everything. Besides, I've got motivation now. Wedding to plan, company to run responsibly, potential future involving children who shouldn't inherit a world broken by their father's recklessness. Turns out having something to lose makes you more careful about risking everything. About that wedding, Fury said, his tone shifting to something almost approaching humor. Try to avoid interdimensional incidents during the ceremony. I don't have protocols for dealing with alternate reality wedding crashers, and I'd rather not develop them. No promises, Stark said, but I'll do my best. After Fury left, Pepper and Tony stood together in the workshop, watching the holographic displays cycle through diagnostic checks on the repaired armor. 3 weeks ago, they'd been separated by dimensional barriers, facing death and quantum dissolution. Now they were home, safe, planning a future that somehow felt more real than it had before the crisis. Do you think we'll ever see them again? Pepper asked quietly. Captain Picard, the Enterprise crew, that universe? I hope not, Stark said honestly. Not because I didn't respect them, I did, tremendously. But because seeing them again would mean another dimensional breach, another crisis, another situation where the multiverse hangs in the balance. I'd rather we stay in our respective realities and live out our lives without reality-threatening complications. That's very sensible of you. I have my moments. Occasionally. When properly motivated by near-death experiences and the love of a good woman. Stark turned to face her fully, taking both her hands. Pepper, I know this isn't the romantic proposal you probably imagined, no candlelight dinner, no perfect sunset, no carefully rehearsed speech. But I'm going to ask anyway because I've learned that waiting for perfect moments means missing real ones. Will you marry me? Officially, formally, with a ring I designed specifically for you using arc reactor technology that won't accidentally irradiate your hand? Pepper laughed, tears forming in her eyes despite the humor. You're asking me to marry you in your workshop, covered in arc reactor grease, 3 weeks after we survived quantum dissolution and interdimensional catastrophe. This is the least romantic proposal in the history of proposals. Is that a no? That's a yes, you impossible man. Of course it's a yes. It's been yes since you flew through a dimensional breach to find me. It's been yes since you chose to close the door to another universe rather than exploit it. It's been yes since you admitted you needed oversight and accountability instead of assuming you always knew best. Yes. Always yes. Stark pulled the ring from his workshop table, sleek, elegant, incorporating arc reactor technology in ways that made it glow faintly with contained energy. Not flashy, not ostentatious, just beautifully engineered and designed specifically for the woman who had stood by him through every disaster, every triumph, every moment of brilliance and catastrophic failure. He slipped it onto her finger, and for a moment, nothing else existed except the two of them, together, having survived impossible odds to reach this moment. JRVS, Stark said eventually, make a note. Start wedding planning protocols. And see if Banner wants to be best man. He earned it by talking me out of at least 3 catastrophically stupid decisions over the past month. Noted, boss. Shall I also implement new workshop safety protocols to prevent future dimensional breaches? Definitely. No more punching holes in reality. That's officially retired from the playbook. A wise decision. I shall implement comprehensive safeguards immediately. Across the country, in a small apartment in New York, Bruce Banner sat reviewing ethics review board proposals with the kind of focused intensity he usually reserved for quantum calculations. The dimensional breach incident had affected him profoundly, not because of the danger or the exotic physics, but because he'd seen what happened when brilliant minds operated without constraints or consequences. He'd seen Tony Stark learn restraint. He'd seen Captain Picard choose principle over career. He'd seen humans from 2 universes cooperate to prevent catastrophe despite every incentive to exploit opportunity instead. And he'd realized that the Hulk wasn't his only monster. The Hulk was just the obvious one, green, destructive, impossible to ignore. But his human side had its own monsters, arrogance disguised as confidence, recklessness justified by good intentions, the certainty that being brilliant meant being right. The Ethics Review Board was his attempt to cage those human monsters. To force himself and others to slow down, think through consequences, ask hard questions before innovations became disasters. It wouldn't prevent every catastrophe. Nothing could. But it might prevent some. And that was worth the bureaucracy, the frustration, the limitation on scientific freedom. Because ultimately, Banner had learned what Stark learned, what Picard had always known: being smart enough to do something didn't mean you were wise enough to do it right. And wisdom, real wisdom, came not from knowledge but from understanding when to refrain from using it. On the Enterprise, Captain Jean-Luc Picard stood in his ready room, reviewing his official commendation from Starfleet Command with an expression mixing satisfaction and residual unease. The words were complimentary, recognizing his exceptional judgment and unwavering commitment to Federation safety. But he knew the truth. Q had intervened, altered evidence, manipulated outcomes to ensure the correct lesson was learned. It felt like cheating. Like winning through omnipotent intervention rather than genuine merit. "Captain," Counselor Troy said from the doorway, her empathic senses detecting his discomfort, "you're troubled by Q's involvement." "I'm troubled by the precedent it establishes," Picard said. "If Q intervenes every time we make difficult choices, if he protects us from consequences when we act according to principle, then we never truly face the cost of our decisions. We become children, sheltered from reality by a parent who won't let us experience genuine failure." Or, Troy suggested, Q intervened this one time to demonstrate that sometimes doing the right thing does work out. Not always. Not reliably. But sometimes. Perhaps that's a lesson humanity needed, that principled action isn't always punished, that sacrifice isn't always unrewarded, that the universe occasionally recognizes and validates moral courage. Picard considered this, turning the commendation over in his hands. "Perhaps you're right, Counselor. Perhaps Q's gift wasn't protection from consequences but affirmation that consequences aren't always negative. That leadership requires accepting risks, but those risks occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, produce outcomes worth celebrating." "I think that's exactly what Q intended," Troy said gently. "He tests you because he believes in humanity's potential. And this time, when you passed his test, he wanted you to know he noticed. That's not cheating, Captain. That's recognition." "Then I shall accept it as such," Picard said, setting the commendation aside. "Though I suspect Q's next test will be significantly more challenging to compensate for this moment of generosity." "Undoubtedly," Troy agreed, smiling. "But you'll face it when it comes. You always do." After she left, Picard moved to the windows overlooking the Enterprise's saucer section, watching stars drift past as they traveled toward their next mission. Somewhere out there, in an alternate universe separated by dimensional barriers, Tony Stark was presumably doing the same, rebuilding his life, planning his wedding, trying to balance innovation with responsibility. Two versions of humanity, separated by reality itself but connected by fundamental similarities. Both capable of brilliance and catastrophe. Both learning, slowly, painfully, that wisdom came not from capability but from restraint. Picard raised his teacup in silent toast to the man from another universe who had taught him that even experienced captains could learn new lessons. "Live long and prosper, Mr. Stark," Picard said quietly. "May your universe benefit from the wisdom you've earned." The stars offered no response, but somehow, Picard felt certain his words had been heard across impossible distances, through barriers between realities, carried on quantum entanglement patterns that refused to fully sever. Two universes. Two versions of humanity. Both imperfect, both struggling, both occasionally, rarely but genuinely, rising above limitations to demonstrate what sentient beings could achieve when they chose growth over comfort, principle over expedience, wisdom over mere intelligence. And somewhere in the darkness between realities, Q watched both universes with satisfaction, noting lessons learned and growth achieved, already planning the next test because that's what Q did: push, challenge, observe, and occasionally intervene when humans earned recognition for passing impossible challenges. The dimensional breach was closed. The door was sealed. Both universes continued on their separate trajectories, shaped by choices made during brief intersection, carrying lessons learned through crisis into futures yet unwritten. And in workshops and ready rooms across two realities, brilliant minds continued their work, now tempered by wisdom, guided by principle, and committed to ensuring that the next time capability exceeded caution, someone would be present to ask the hard questions before catastrophe became inevitable. Because that's what growth looked like. Not avoiding mistakes, but learning from them quickly enough to prevent repetition. Not being perfect, but being better than yesterday. Not having all the answers, but asking the right questions. And recognizing that sometimes, rarely, but genuinely, doing the right thing for the right reasons actually worked out. Even across universes. Even against impossible odds. Even when omnipotent beings orchestrated events for purposes beyond mortal comprehension. The test was over. The lessons were learned. And both versions of humanity moved forward, slightly wiser, slightly more cautious, slightly more aware that brilliance without wisdom was just another name for disaster waiting to happen. Which meant the real work could finally begin, applying those lessons to daily existence, making better choices in small moments, building futures that reflected growth rather than repeating past mistakes in new configurations. It wasn't perfect. It was never perfect. But it was progress. And sometimes, progress was enough. 6 months later, Tony Stark stood at the altar in a small ceremony overlooking the California coast, watching Pepper walk toward him with Happy Hogan serving as her escort and the Avengers assembled as witnesses. The wedding was intimate, private, exactly what they'd both wanted after years of public spectacle and media attention. No press, no cameras, no interdimensional incidents, just people they loved, celebrating a commitment that had survived quantum collapse, dimensional barriers, and reality itself trying to tear them apart. Bruce Banner stood as best man, looking remarkably calm for someone whose alter ego had threatened to emerge during 3 separate crises over the past months. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton occupied front row seats, both armed despite Stark's protests because old habits died hard. Steve Rogers had flown in from wherever he'd been operating, offering congratulations and carefully not mentioning the ethics review board that had rejected 2 of Stark's recent proposals for being insufficiently cautious about potential dual-use applications. The ceremony was brief, traditional, absent any of the theatrical flair Stark usually insisted upon. When the officiant asked if anyone objected to this union, there was a moment of held breath as everyone present instinctively checked for omnipotent beings or dimensional rifts, but reality remained stable, physics continued functioning normally, and no cosmic entities appeared to test anyone's resolve. "I do," Stark said when prompted, and meant it with every fiber of his being. "I do," Pepper echoed, tears streaming down her face as she slipped the wedding band onto his finger, designed to interface with his arc reactor, because even wedding jewelry needed to serve multiple functions. They kissed as the sun set over the Pacific, and for one perfect moment, nothing else existed except the two of them, together, having survived everything the multiverse threw at them. The reception was equally intimate, held in Stark's Malibu home with JRVIS managing logistics and ensuring no unauthorized surveillance breached security protocols. Banner gave a toast that mixed quantum mechanics metaphors with genuine emotion, noting that if dimensional barriers couldn't separate Stark and Pepper, ordinary challenges like work-life balance and disagreements over workshop safety protocols didn't stand a chance. "To wisdom earned through catastrophe," Banner said, raising his glass, "and to 2 people stubborn enough to make this work despite the universe's best efforts to the contrary. May your marriage be less chaotic than the past 6 months, though given who we're talking about, I make no guarantees." "Cheers to that," Stark said, grinning as he held Pepper close. "Though I'll note that I've gone 6 whole months without punching holes in reality or creating sentient AI that tries to destroy humanity. That's personal growth." "The bar for personal growth keeps getting lower," Natasha observed dryly, though she smiled. But we're proud of you anyway, Tony. You've come a long way from the arrogant weapons dealer who thought he could solve everything with enough engineering and insufficient planning. I'm still solving things with engineering, Stark protested. Just with more planning and occasional acknowledgement that maybe I don't have all the answers. That's growth, Roger said, raising his own glass. Real growth. To Tony and Pepper, may your future involve significantly fewer existential threats and considerably more peaceful domesticity. As the reception continued into evening, Stark found himself standing alone on the balcony, looking up at stars that seemed impossibly distant yet somehow closer than before. Somewhere out there, separated by dimensional barriers that hopefully remained permanently sealed, Captain Picard commanded a starship through territories Stark would never explore. Data pursued understanding of humanity from an android's unique perspective. Geordi pushed boundaries of engineering while respecting limitations that prevented catastrophe. They were out there, living their lives, carrying lessons from brief intersection into futures that would never touch again. And that was okay. Better than okay. Because some doors, once closed, should stay that way. Thinking about them? Pepper asked, joining him on the balcony with 2 glasses of champagne. A little, Stark admitted. Wondering if Picard ever thinks about the armored lunatic who showed up in his universe demanding help and nearly started an interstellar war. Wondering if they remember us at all, or if we're just another weird Tuesday in Starfleet's catalog of bizarre encounters. They remember, Pepper said with certainty. We changed things for them just as much as they changed things for us. Picard learned that sometimes breaking rules is necessary. You learn that sometimes following them is wise. Those lessons don't fade just because realities are separate. You're right, Stark said, accepting the champagne and pulling her close. As usual. How did I get lucky enough to end up with someone smarter than me? You didn't, Pepper said, kissing him softly. You just finally became smart enough to recognize what you already had. There's a difference. They stood together watching stars drift across California's sky, 2 people who had survived impossible odds, learned hard lessons, and chosen each other through everything reality threw at them. The arc reactor in Stark's chest glowed steadily, a reminder of technology that had saved his life, nearly destroyed it, and ultimately taught him that being brilliant wasn't the same as being wise. But wisdom, real wisdom, came from experience. From failure. From the moments when brilliance wasn't enough and something else was required. Love. Restraint. Humility. The willingness to admit limitations and accept help from unexpected sources. And as stars wheeled overhead in configurations that almost, but not quite, matched patterns from another universe, Tony Stark made himself a promise. No more dimensional breaches, no more reality-threatening experiments, no more catastrophes born from genius unchecked by consideration for consequences. He would innovate. He would push boundaries. He would continue being Tony Stark in all the brilliant, frustrating, impossible ways that defined him. But he would do it wisely. Responsibly. With oversight and accountability and the hard-won understanding that some limits existed for good reasons. Because somewhere across dimensional barriers, a Starfleet captain had demonstrated what leadership looked like when you chose principle over expedience. And that lesson, that gift, deserved to be honored through action, not just words. The wedding reception continued behind them, laughter and conversation drifting through the evening air. The Avengers celebrated, united in the rare moment of peace between crises. And Tony Stark, genius billionaire playboy philanthropist turned slightly wiser superhero, held his wife close and made silent promises to a universe that had given him far more chances than he probably deserved. No more punching through reality. No more tears in the fabric of space-time. No more doors open to places that should remain separate. Just life. Beautiful, complicated, sometimes frustrating but ultimately meaningful life. And if that wasn't enough, if simplicity and restraint and wisdom-tempered innovation couldn't satisfy the part of him that always wanted to push further, discover more, achieve the impossible, then he would learn to live with that restlessness. Because some prices were worth paying. Some limits were worth accepting. And some doors, once closed, should stay that way forever. Even when brilliant minds wondered what lay on the other side. Especially then. Live long and prosper. Hit the subscribe button for more stories.